Well, in my community, we sometimes say hallelujah when great things happen for quorum. Good morning, everyone. I say again, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's nice and rainy. We're gonna have a great discussion today. It's nice, rainy here in Sacramento, so it always affords us with a tremendous opportunity to have discussion and take up the work of behavioral health for the people of the state of California. Everyone, welcome to the Commission of Behavioral Health meeting. My name is Al Rolette, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice Chair of the Commission. Unfortunately, our Chair isn't able to be with us most of the days of today's meeting, so I'll be guiding us through the agenda. Be kind, be patient as I guide us through the agenda, and she plans to join us at the final item, and I will resume the chair role. She'll be here for the chair and vice chair elections. I will now ask Sandra to take roll and establish quorum.
Good morning. I ask all commissioners joining us online to make sure to turn their camera on and unmute themselves so that this process goes smoothly. I'm asking for all commissioners attending online to also disclose if there's anyone over the age of 18 and their relationship to you if they're in the room with you. Thank you. Commissioner Bear.
Hi, and no one is in the room with me.
Thank you. Commissioner Burdick.
Here, and no one's in the room with me.
Commissioner Bontrager.
Here, and I'm alone.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Here and all by myself.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Present.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Here.
Commissioner Chambers.
Present.
Commissioner Contreras. Marked absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon. Marked absent. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Marked absent. Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Present.
Commissioner Mardial Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson. Marked absent. Commissioner Southard.
Here and alone.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Here.
Commissioner Sy. Marked absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Marked absent. Vice Chair Rolette.
Here.
Chair Alvarez. Marked absent. We have quorum.
Thank you, everyone. Looking forward to a very robust agenda today and great discussion. I'll remind all commissioners in the room that we need 14 present to maintain quorum, so thank you all very much for supporting us. I think we have one additional person.
I'm noting Commissioner Designee Pulmano has joined the room.
Good morning, Commissioner. First, I'd like to highlight our newly formatted agenda. In light of our updated workflow through committees, we've restructured the agenda to clearly distinguish between routine items, new business, overarching strategic discussions, and items returning from committees. As you can see, we're starting with opening business and administrative items. In line with our new transparency efforts, we will begin providing brief updates on recent contracts, amendments during all committee and commission meeting announcements. For informational purposes, please note that contract amendments are negotiated between the commission and the contractor and must be mutually agreed upon. This month, we have one amendment to report, an update to the Commission's Program 11 contract for creative services. This amendment adds up to $95,000 to support the design and publication of a BHSA stakeholder toolkit. Now I'd like to announce the retirement of Norma Pate, Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Performance Management. Norma Pate began her tenure at the Commission on July 1, 2010. Over the course of more than 15 years, she has demonstrated unwavering dedication and leadership, rising through the ranks from Staff Services Manager 1 to Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Performance Management. Norma played a pivotal and vital role in guiding the commission to full independence following the dissolution of the Department of Mental Health in 2012. Many of us remember that. We were around back then. Her efforts were instrumental in building the commission's internal capacity in managing its own IT, personnel, and building service functions, laying the foundation for long-term operational autonomy. As the commission evolved, Norma led the implementation of the first ever grants program, beginning with the triage grant known as the Mental Health Wellness Act. She also spearheaded the transformation of inherited advocacy contracts into competitive agreements, ensuring fairness, improved service delivery for the population served. Norma approached every challenge with tireless commitment and courageous resolve. Her legacy is marked by her mentorship, her strategic vision, and her deep care for her team and the mission of the commission. And indeed, I will add that Norma truly did care for the people at this commission. She will be profoundly missed, and especially by those who had the privilege of working closely with her and benefiting from her guidance. Following Norma's retirement, Lauren Quintero has graciously stepped in as Acting Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Performance Management. Thank you, Lauren, very much. We appreciate you. We're grateful for her willingness to take on this role and for her continued support until a permanent Deputy Director is selected. Thank you, and I'll pause and see if the commissioners want to make any comments regarding Norma. Yes.
I had the pleasure of working with Norma on the strategic planning process and a number of other initiatives, and I truly appreciate all that the warmth and her leadership that she brought to the commission, and she will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll say something. Okay. I just want to say, if Norma's listening or it's on record, that I just appreciate the staff and her resiliency and their commitment as public servants to ensure that our constituents have a voice, and that's admirable for civil servants and just individuals. So I just want to say thank you, Norma, for your service. Service is my only purpose, and for anyone that serves, it's one of the highest honors. Thank you, Norma.
Norma, thanks for being an ambassador for our community. Marta, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope Norma is listening. I want to thank her just for how she's welcomed the commissioners as they've come on to serve on this commission. I know she was always really thoughtful about ensuring that we had what we needed to do the work. So I want to thank you, Norma, for everything you did for the commissioners, for the staff, and really for the people at large. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I miss anybody else? And I'll ask our executive director to help me with making sure that I recognize everybody. You can.
I would just echo what everybody else has said, and I actually had the pleasure of working with Norma even before I worked here at the commission, and just always really enjoyed the energy, the very positive energy she always brought to the work, and definitely that big bright smile she always has. So she had worked at CDCR around the same time I did, and then she had moved on to the commission with, they were just a team that I really admired that continued to do great work. So I just wish her the best. She put in a lot of work over many years to really serve the people of California, and I just wish her many, many long and happy, healthy years of retirement. So.
Thank you again, Norma. You are an ambassador for our community, and we appreciate you very, very much. Next, I'd like to welcome Melissa Martin-Millard and Lauren Quintero to introduce new staff joining the Research Evaluation and Program Operation Team and the Administrative Service Team. Please note there are written bios in the packet, Commissioners. Please go ahead, Melissa and Lauren.
Thank you so much. So I'm really pleased to announce 3 new staff that are working with the Research Evaluation and Programs team. First, we have Abby Levine, who's here in the, come on up, say hello. Abby is a research scientist too, and comes with extensive experience with evaluating children, youth, and family programs. So we're really excited to have her on board. Another research scientist too that started is Dr. Chris Lee. Dr. Lee also has extensive experience with evaluating children, youth, and family programs, and we're just delighted that both of them have come onto our research team. And then lastly, I would like to introduce Lindy Lee, who is our Staff Services Manager too. She is a new chief within our department. She will be supporting our BHSSA efforts and spearheading our special project around process improvements for our grants and contracts. And Lindy has extensive experience with youth development and policy work, and we're just so delighted to welcome these 3 new staff to our team.
And I'm excited to introduce Melissa Velasquez. She's joining us virtually as our new Chief of Human Resources. Melissa brings over 18 years of experience in California state government with deep expertise in HR, labor relations, and organizational leadership. She's worked across several major state agencies and is known for her collaborative leadership and her ability to navigate complex personnel issues with clarity and professionalism. In my past, an old boss once told me to be a strong leader, you should hire people who are smarter than you and create the conditions for them to thrive. And so that was what we did when we hired Melissa. So we're really lucky to have her and excited that she's joined our team.
I want to congratulate all the new colleagues to the commission. Abby, I want to personally invite you to the Rolette Family Thanksgiving. There'll be 22 of us. We could use a research analyst too to study family dynamics and how we all go about eating turkey and ham. So that would be very helpful. I'll get the address to you at the end of the commission meeting. To the rest of the colleagues, again, thank you again so very much. We look forward to working with you and learning more about your work. I'd like to draw your attention, Commissioners, to the materials in today's packet, which include correspondence between the Commission and Secretary Johnson at Cal HHS regarding community engagement in BHSA implementation. Following the significant public comment we received at our August 28th meeting during the formation of the Client, Family, and Community Inclusion, Lived Experience, and Diversity Advisory Committee about the importance of elevating marginalized community voices, we sent a letter. I'll say again, we sent a letter to Secretary Johnson on September 29th, outlining our concerns and commitments, and the Commission received a comprehensive response on October 13th, detailing Cal HHS existing and upcoming engagement activities across multiple departments. I am pleased to report that the Commission and Cal HHS are actively collaborating through regularly scheduled meetings. Thank you very much, Brenda, and I appreciate your work there in that area and everybody on the team. And we remain committed to working closely with Secretary Johnson and her team to ensure that the voices of California's most marginalized communities remain at the center of behavioral health transformation efforts. Now, I'd like to invite Commissioner Callan. Yes, to share a few words about your experience in the great state of Texas. I say that because that's where I was born. He toured Haven for Hope for a deep dive into the homelessness crisis. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Roulette. Yeah, I was invited on this trip of 60 public and private sector leaders in California to Texas, to San Antonio, and to Austin to look at their campus-based models that they have, sort of the hub and the spoke models that they're using. And we got to meet with the police chiefs and see what policies they're using that help this work. And I will tell you, it was great because we had people from all over California. We had a couple state senators. We had administrators from many cities. And it was a really nice way to look at homelessness and understand what that is and understand why people are homeless. And we really learned a lot. I went there with the idea that, oh my God, we're looking for the panacea, one solution fits all. But we found out that that's not true, and these campus-based models allow all these different services to come together and work together in one hub. And I'll give you an example. In Austin, they had this place called the place we toured, Community First, and people who are chronically homeless, they were in the priority groups. They were able to get them off the street. And they basically gave them a home that they pay rent for with their SSI and jobs that they get within this community. They may not be able to ever work in the outside sector, but they built a community. What we found that having a community in these separate homes, front doors facing each other, they built a hospice there. They said, when you pass away, we're going to celebrate your death. These simple little things where everyone's working and part of a community. A lot of the substance use disorder just disappeared almost immediately, and then the rest had options for other 12-step programs and other MAT programs. But it was just an amazing. I mean, we were just looking at miracles everywhere, and we have a lot of land in California and a lot of money here, and so everyone who went on the trip, we're meeting again today and this afternoon, and everyone's collaborating. It's nice to see a lot of people are looking for a solution. And, people might have had different opinions on things, but it's nice to see that all these people throughout California are working together. Haven for Hope in San Antonio was a great example. It was a 4-tier system. People can come off the street and then learn how to work and get jobs, and they get housing there, and then they learn how to rent and move out, and then they come back and start the peer process. But it's a very functional system. Obviously, California is a little different, a little more expensive, but it would just seem to solve a lot of problems and bring unity between all the services that we have, and bring private sector in as well and make it work. So it was really inspiring, and I'm even more inspired to know that there's so many people in California right now who are really focusing on this. And I think this commission, with its focus on substance use disorder and mental illness, it's a great combination. And I think these models really offer something that we can match, or hybrid style, but we're working on it. And I was really grateful to go, and thank you.
Any questions for Commissioner Callan from other commissioners?
Excuse my voice, so I'm going to whisper because I'm losing it. What are the next steps?
Well, today in the afternoon, a whole group, I believe there'll be a few mayors there. We're going to just talk about it and collaborate and see how we can do it. I mean, the next steps, they're different issues we can't get into now, but the policy, the policies, the laws, different attitudes on treatment versus the other policies, more softer policies. So it's a whole process. So I think it's first we just need to talk and figure it out, and then I'd love to bring some of these people to the commission and they can talk about it. But the eyes are out there and people are trying to figure this out. So The answer is the next step was we're talking about it.
I'm assuming this is transitional supportive housing, these villages?
Yes and no. Haven for Hope, yes. Community First, no. Which is interesting because it seemed to me that some of those people, that would be the best place for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they can leave. I mean, it's a really nice place. I mean, rather than be on the street.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I appreciate your saying that there is no one-size-fits-all, and my organization operates permanent supportive housing and in the past did transitional, and, you know, we see now where there's this sort of fight going on between, you know, low barrier or, you know, sobriety period, and
Yep.
and it's not one or the other.
Mm-mm.
And for many people, as you said, once they come into a community, then the substance issues can be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
But getting them into community and having those wraparound services is just so important. So it sounds like a wonderful model.
Well, it was interesting because Haven for Hope was a sober community. Community First was not. So you can drink there. The police would come in and take care of it. It was like a real city, and but people did have services, and it was just amazing, actually. So, but I like what you're saying. So one was abstinent and one was not.
What I appreciate about your enthusiasm is that the cultural differences between my word, Texas and California, can be overcome, and this model could be replicated in California.
Yes, and I know that it can work in California. We have all these great programs, and I think what we talk about a lot in this commission is just how do we connect them all and have everyone work together and see what's most efficient. And this was a very efficient model.
Thanks, Commissioner. I see a bright future for you in helping resolve the homelessness issue in the state of California. Appreciate it. All right. Lastly, I want to announce the tentative dates for the next committee meetings. The Legislative and External Affairs Committee and Program Advisory Committee will meet on December 15th, 2025. That's December 15th, 2025. The Workplace Optimizations and Advisory Committee will meet on December 9th, 2025. December 9, 2025. I know, Commissioners, please note, if you're on those committees, please make a note. And the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee will meet on December 16th, 2025. That's December 16, 2025. The Client, Family, and Community Inclusion, Lived Experience, and Diversity Advisory Committee, AKA, also known as the CFC, is still being scheduled. The Program Advisory Committee, as well as the CFC, will discuss the Innovation Partnership Fund and the upcoming Peer Respite Grant. The Program Advisory Committee will also discuss the Behavioral Health Student Services Act Administrative and Evaluation Funds. The Legislative and External Affairs Committee will discuss the 2026 legislation and the BHSA Stakeholder Toolkit. The Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee will discuss the Innovation Partnership Fund, advisory contracts, expenditure authorization, advocacy contracts, advocacy contracts, expenditure authorizations, and the completed Tableau dashboard of all active contracts and grants. And I'd encourage you to really visit the Tableau. It is excellent work by our colleagues and staff at the Commission. The Workplace Optimization Advisory Committee will continue its work on the Executive Director Performance Evaluation process. That concludes our announcements this morning. We will now move to our caring moment to help us center ourselves on the purpose of our work and the people we serve. This practice is meant to remind us why we do what we do and why and what we share in terms of stories and the moments that may be impacting others in ways we might not always see. Today, we will hear from Commissioner Chambers.
All right.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Chambers. And I would be remiss, I was at a CBHA conference and Commissioner Chambers was acknowledged with a gold standard around peer advocacy. So applause to you, Commissioner Chambers.
I just want to thank you, and I'm so honored to serve. You don't know, it's a privilege, so I'm grateful. And I think that is in alignment with this caring moment. So good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and community partners. Over the past several months, I've had the privilege of leading fellow commissioners, shout out to everybody that showed up on the site visits, and that had interests, and commission staff on visits to several peer respites across our great state. These visits are a part of the Commission's research and community engagement efforts to learn, listen, and develop a strategy for the use of the Mental Health Wellness Act funds for peer respites. In many cases, when someone is experiencing a behavioral health crisis, hospitalization isn't the most appropriate or helpful option. I too know that so well because I have been hospitalized and there was significant times I should not have needed to go to a hospital. Peer respites is a consumer-run, evidence-based, short-term housing intervention aimed at reducing hospitalizations and incarceration by providing an intervention opportunity for guests to actively participate in their own behavioral health journey. And I also just want to interject, this is off script, but I have to give props to Commissioner Rolette, who's been immensely coy about your work in creating and uplifting peer respites. Your organization, your past organization, we found out what is the oldest in our great state, and they are doing immense work. And I just think that you're a pioneer that most people don't know about, especially in the peer movement, because you don't boast about it. But you're changing the world. Peer respite satisfaction rates are high as a result of the connection to community and empowerment of the guests to be active in their own health. Remember that. Connection to community and empowerment of the guests to be active in their own health. Another key reason for this success is a deeply humanizing experience that peer support provides. We really do humanize the experience of behavioral health. Several guests shared that it was their first time that they felt like they were being treated like an adult or even a human within the behavioral health system at these peer respites. One of which, I think Roulette, you run at least two past your past work. At peer respites, guests are truly met where they are at. Like, we are really meeting people where they're at. Staff, most of whom are peers with lived experience, support individuals in developing life skills like cooking, laundry, connecting to services, and navigating the behavioral health system. They offer emotional support and understanding. One staff expressed, we need to be the ear that they don't have and the shoulder that they don't have. And many of these peer respites have warm lines that are available all night and get calls and do not turn anyone down while they're providing services. So far, we've visited several respites, including Sharon, Los Angeles, Insight Respite Center in Grass Valley, Sally's Place in Hayward, Safe Harbor in San Leandro, Monarch House in Roseville, Second Story in, how do you pronounce this word? What's this? Aptos. I didn't know I went there. At Golden Gate in Modesto. I can't believe we went all those places. I just want to congratulate the staff because that was an immense amount of work. And peers are not only essential to the success of peer respites, but also to the behavioral health system as a whole. Many have completed the Medi-Cal Peer Support Specialist certification, and their contributions are both impactful and invaluable. It is one of my greatest honors to lead this project and to be able to highlight the critical impact that peer respites have on the community. And I just want to welcome anyone that has any comments and just thank the commission staff and for our commitment to the lived experience worker and service, because like recovery is possible. And if we don't have the people that have recovered present, then are we really doing something? So I just want to thank you all, and I look forward to continuing to uplift peer respites and us being a part of history and helping people not get hospitalized. And so, yeah, and then it also helps people stay out of the streets, because it's usually like a place where they can land to where the case managers can get them. So it actually keeps people off the street. It keeps people out of the hospital and not homeless, because that's like a really short term. And I know that Brenda is doing a lot of work with, and the staff with communicating with agency around like transitional rent benefits and different things. And so I look forward to us being able to change policy, and have funding outside of county behavioral health, which is beautiful, because as we know, counties can't hold up the whole system. And they go in between. And last thing I'll say is that I provide commercial insurance. Our people on the commercial side are hospitalized. Where can they go? Do they have so I think we need to have these conversations, because they are commercial side. Those people are still the same people that we are in our target population. They just kind of go in between. So we do have a duty to support people with commercial insurance and ensure that they have access to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. It's now time for agenda item 3, general public comment. This time is reserved for comments on items that are not on the agenda. All written public comments received before the meeting have been included in the meeting materials. Mariani, please lead us into public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If you'd like live meeting transcription or closed captioning, please activate the closed captioning feature located in the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. If there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair so that we can be mindful. You may request to make public comment by submitting a card, clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. Members of the public can also email us public comment to be shared at a future meeting at publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov. I will now go over public comment procedures. For members of the public in the room, if you have not already, please use one of the green public comment cards located at the front to indicate you would like to make comment on this item and any other agenda item. Cards can be given to staff located at the front table. When it is your turn to comment, I will call you to the podium or unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. We do not have any in-room comments, but we do have 2 virtual comments. Our first comment is from Stacy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition, and Safe Passages. I just wish I could be there today. I usually go to the meetings in person, but the weather was so bad, I wasn't feeling so well. But as soon as you started, I just wish I were there. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm representing the community, and we really want to thank Norma Pate. I remember way back when Norma began, and I've just seen so much development and leadership from her, and she was always a consummate professional, polite, and willing to work and support the community stakeholders. In addition, it was such a delight because every time I saw her, I felt like I was opening up a page in Vogue or Vanity Fair. Anyway, lastly, and of course, more importantly, she has shown incredible bravery and courage in the past several years, and I'm really so sorry that she left the commission. And I know you're not supposed to answer questions, but I feel like I must have dozed off. Did you announce the immigrant and refugee statewide advocacy grant? I'm so sorry. Somebody asked me online if you did. I'm sorry. Could you repeat it again? Thank you.
We have not made that announcement at this time.
Our next public comment is from Carly.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carly Stelzer. I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Behavioral Health Association. First, I just wanted to shout out and thank Commissioners Roulette and Chambers for joining us at our 40th anniversary earlier this month and for being honored for the impact that you've all had on the behavioral health system. I know many of our colleagues joined us in celebration and we're so grateful. More importantly, as you all know, California's behavioral health system is in the midst of one of the most significant periods of changes in decades. Providers are working really hard to implement new statewide reforms while continuing to meet rising community needs. Every day, our members are navigating a rapidly changing policy environment with increasing administrative responsibilities and persistent workforce shortages, all while striving to maintain high-quality, culturally responsive care. Across the continuum of care, we've been hearing very consistent themes. Organizations are seeing higher acuity presentations with more complex care needs and a growing demand for services among youth, older adults, immigrant communities, and people experiencing homelessness. Providers are deeply committed to these populations, yet they're operating within financial and operational structures that are often stretched too thin and in some cases completely uncertain as programs transition to new requirements. We just want to acknowledge that during this period of transformation, we really appreciate the Commission's leadership and willingness to hear from providers working in the field. You play an essential role in elevating the community voice, fostering transparency, and stewarding public investments towards approaches that work for Californians. CBHA, as always, stands ready to continue working alongside you to strengthen the system and ensure that all Californians can access care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We actually do have two in-room comments. The first one is from Danny.
Hello? Perfect. Hi, good morning. My name is Danny Therical with Mental Health America of California. Thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment today. My comments and questions relate to the new committee process in general. First, I would like to say that we truly appreciate the Commission's goal to increase transparency under its new leadership. I come here today in the spirit of collaboration and with the goal of improving the impact of public comment. We understand that the new committee structure is a work in progress, and we believe that there might be some confusion over the role of the committees. I think some clarity would be appreciated as to whether they're required to pass items as is, or if they're allowed to recommend items, edits, or suggestions to the full commission. Recently, the Innovation Partnership Fund framework was discussed at both the programs and CFC committees with a lot of community feedback. But the IPF was approved as is in both committees with a recommendation included from the CFC committee. While there was dialogue among the committees during public comment, we don't see any of the public comment from the Programs Committee in either the framework document or today's meeting materials. There's a summary of the public comments from the CFC Committee in the meeting materials, but the committee update today is after the IPF framework discussion. Thus, the CFC report out on the IPF will occur after the full commission vote on the same item. We hope that all our prior comments from both committees will be incorporated into today's IPF discussion somehow. We are curious about what happens to the community feedback at committee meetings. What is the purpose of public comment at the committee meetings if the full commission never hears it? Is it possible for committees to send in a list of recommended edits to the commission for discussion? As members of the public, How do we know that our public comments were heard and considered prior to the adoption of the final document? We don't just want the opportunity to make comment, we want to know that our public comments were actually considered. Lastly, the new CFC committee is held on different days than the other three committees. And while the other three committees meet in person with the executive director president, the CFC is virtual, and the ED was not available to attend last month's meeting. This disparity among the committee makes the CFC appear as less important than the other committees. As the main vehicle for lived experience public comment, we believe the CFC committee should be treated equally with the other committees. Again, we realize that this is a work in progress, and we do believe that the Commission values public input. We encourage you to either clarify or refine the committee structure so that we are incentivized to comment at committee meetings with the knowledge that our comments are heard and considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Tom.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Renfrey. I'm with the California Association of Alcohol and Drug Program Executives. And I wasn't going to actually make comments this morning, but I was so encouraged to hear that report about these campus programs in Texas from the Commissioner. This is a great model. When I was with the National Association of County Behavioral Health Directors, I worked with a man who was instrumental in getting that program started in San Antonio. And I just thought I was so excited to hear that you were able to make that trip and hopefully, bring back some lessons that we can learn from here, because I think it's a model that should be replicated here in California. For people with substance use disorders, having this kind of wraparound services where they can live in a supportive environment, that's a lifeline for these folks. For those who are in recovery, who need recovery housing in a sober living environment, that is available for them. For those who are not quite ready for that, they can still live in a supportive environment until they're ready. They have low barrier treatment, and this is just a really good model. And I hope that the discussion will continue. Talk about an innovative project that we could do. And we talk about California being such a progressive state. We don't like to think we can learn anything from Texas, but believe me, we can learn from this model. And I don't know why we can't do something like that here in California with the resources we have. So please keep this under consideration, and hope these discussions continue for doing something like this in California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our last public comment.
Commissioner Callan.
Hi, thank you for that. The question was asked, what can be done now? Before I was on the commission, I was working with a group of people who were trying to do sort of a hybrid model of Haven for Hope in California, and we've actually started looking at sites and bringing in some of the tech companies or someone to help support and help train. So there are different projects that people are actually working on now in the private sector to invite the public in to look at. So there's one particular model called the Golden Gateway that a group of people are working on right now, and have been looking at sites. And there's one in mind. So I'd love to get into more detail about it at another meeting, but things are in process.
Thank you. Mariani, does that conclude public comment?
It does.
All right.
Actually, I'm sorry. One hand just came up online from Kevin.
Hi there. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Eric Dredge, and I'd like to talk about yesterday. I did get to spend the entire day at Learn for Life Academy. It's in Sacramento in Marconi, off Marconi, with about 50 independent study students. These are young people who carry a lot on their shoulders, often alone. What I learned was simple: connection before crisis. With nothing more than a small table, a wooden nickel, a green ribbon, and one piece of paper that's titled All About Me. Several different students
came to the table, and those with the peer support and mentorship, giving back, nothing more than solid is to have people trust adults, and that's what happens with peer support. And what happened yesterday, they opened up about their lives, their families, and their fears. There was no pressure. There was no intake forms, no crisis movement, or no crisis moments yesterday, and just a safe space where someone listened. My request is this: as we continue investing in early intervention spaces, the small human interactions that keep young people from falling through the fog before it turns into an emergency. I just have a great deal of respect for you, commissioners, and from what has been said today by many of you, thank you, Norma and Laureen, for taking over these roles. And we're just in a great position, and I appreciate you and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our last public comment.
All right. At this time, I want to offer and invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. Start with commissioners online. Any? Oh, I'm sorry. Agenda item 4 is the approval of the, I'm sorry, I skipped that. I was wanting to give you an opportunity to respond to the public, to respond what was being said. So it's just a natural instinct because so many things are said that are so inviting. Forgive me for my proclivity. Agenda item 4 is the approval of the August 28th, sorry, back to business, okay? Everybody say, aw. Agenda item 4 is the approval of the August 28, 2025 Commission meeting minutes. At this time, I'd like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. This is regarding agenda item 4, the minutes, the meeting minutes from August 28th. And sorry, yes, I misled you a little. Amariani. Are the public comment, please, Amariani?
We have one public comment from Stacy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stacy Hiramoto with Remco and Safe Passages. I was looking over the minutes because there was the item on the combination of the committees of the CLCC and CFLC. And I noticed that, and maybe you've been doing this for a long time, so please forgive me, that the public comment was not recorded, and the names of the public, the people speaking from the public, were also not recorded. I guess I feel that shouldn't be that at least you should name the people that made public comment and what their position was. I understand when because you had over 20 people making public comments, I realize that that's a lot of work. But I feel if the public is going to take the time to come to your meeting, they should at least have their name, organization, and position noted, if not, a summary of their testimony, as you have done in the past. Again, I realize with 20 people making public comment, but I just wanted to say that and ask you to reconsider. Also, under that section, you had two people's comments, two people that made very good comments, but I didn't understand why those two particular people were chosen. And so that was puzzling to me also. So thank you.
That was our last public comment.
I'll say it. We'll add those comments back in, and we'll bring that back to the January meeting. We'll add those comments back in. Is everybody okay with that at on the commission? We'll do that? Okay, we'll add those comments back and bring it back to the January meeting.
So these minutes will be tabled for the next meeting when pending amendments, adding those names and the individuals back into the record.
Okay. So because of that, there will be no vote. And so we'll move to agenda item number 5, the consent calendar. This month's consent calendar includes 2 innovation proposals and 1 intent to award. All matters listed on the consent calendar are routine or non-controversial and can be acted upon in one motion. I'm going to briefly read the items, give you a description of the items on the consent calendar, commissioners, commissioners online, and public. The first innovation project is from Sonoma County, which is requesting up to $684,476 in innovation funds to support an existing innovation project called Crossroads to Hope. The project, which was originally approved by the Commission on February 2022, combines housing first and assertive community treatment approaches to better address the behavioral health needs of justice-involved individuals. Since its initial implementation, the cost of living and price of necessary goods and resources has increased, and the requested extension will allow the program to retain essential peer providers and provide vital services and are critical to achieving the project's objectives. Added funds will ensure these peer providers continue receiving a living wage and are able to successfully implement program activities. Additionally, San Bernardino County is requesting up to $30,861,260 of innovation spending authority over a period of 4 years to prepare for implementation of Proposition 1 by joining Orange County's Progressive Improvements for Valued Outpatient Treatment Innovation Project, also known as PIVOT. The PIVOT project was originally approved by the Commission in November of 2024. Specifically, the county requests to join the 2 following components: full service partnership, reboot, and developing capacity for specialty mental health plan services with diverse communities. 2 other counties also previously joined PIVOT, Contra Costa and Los Angeles, bringing us to a total of 4 participating counties. Both of these innovation proposals align with BHSA and include plans for sustainability. Commission staff have sent the documents related to these projects to all commissioners, and a copy of staff analysis for the proposals has been provided in your packet, commissioners. The last item on the consent calendar is the immigrant and refugee statewide advocacy contract notice of intent to award. On July 30, 2025, the Commission released a request for a proposal to award $502,500 for 3 years, $167,500 per year to one statewide organization that would conduct state advocacy, training, and education and outreach activities on behalf of immigrant and refugee populations. The application closed on September 5th, 2025. We are announcing the Commission's intent to award a contract to the following organization: California Pan-Ethnic Health Network. Please bring up that slide. It's available. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. Yes.
This is not so much about the substance of these items, but just a point of clarification. For the innovation plan for San Bernardino County, I noticed that we're approving it for 4 years, but in theory, our role in approving innovation plans doesn't extend in 4 years into the future. And so I'm just wondering, I guess, the technicality of it. Are we approving just until Prop 1 goes live?
And after that, they are free to do whatever innovation projects they choose.
I think, I mean, my understanding, sorry. My understanding is we're approving it, so it's getting approved now for this year, and then they've got the 4 years to spend it down. Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
I don't have a question. I just want to just say how proud I am once again to serve with the organization that provides opportunities like this. Like these communities, my community, like we don't have the loudest voice, and I'm just so thankful that the commission provides funding for groups that are disenfranchised to have a voice. And I just want everybody in this room to know, like, we really are a part of something great. And just being, like, running a peer-run organization, being a woman of color, like, we really don't have these spaces to have our voice. And so I just want you all to just really lean into that we are really creating a space in the behavioral health system for groups that would not have opportunity to express their needs and their differences with respect and dignity.
Any additional commissioner comments? All right, I think you can take down the slide now. At this time, Siri, I said you can take the slide down. Amariani, please go ahead with public comment. I'll talk to Rachel Chambers while you're doing that.
We do not have any public comment for this item.
Thank you, Amariani. The motion that is at hand will also appear on the screen as I understand it. I'm going to read the public comment. Now that public comment is closed, I'm going to entertain a motion. And the commission will be approving the consent calendar that includes the innovation plan for Sonoma County, Crossroads to Hope, up to $864,476. The innovation plan for San Bernardino County, program improvements for valued outpatient treatment, pivot, up to $30,861,260. Immigrant and refugee statewide advocacy grant, intent to award 1 3-year contract for $502,500 for 3 years, $167,500 per year.
Do we have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
I second.
Who was that, Cross? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Again, I ask all commissioners joining us online to unmute their lines to make this vote go smoother and to turn on their cameras. Commissioner Bear.
Aye.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I have the screen down for the votes?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnick. Commissioner Burnick. Noting absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes on items 1 and item 2, and I'm going to abstain on item 3, primarily at this point because I did not get any materials or information about that in the version of the consent calendar that I had.
You can only vote yes or no on the item. It's going all together. You can choose to pull it out to be considered separately, but right now we're considering all 3 together.
I guess then I would ask the chair to pull the item or ask that we vote on them separately.
Okay, so if you're pulling out item number 3 for a separate vote, we would then restart the vote only for items 1 and 2. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I will need a new second just for item 1 and 2. So again, Madrigal Weiss, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. So again, this motion is only for items 1 and 2 in the consent calendar. We will be voting for item 3 separately. Number for items 1 and 2, again, starting the vote. Commissioner Bear.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Noted absent. Commissioner Bontemps.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Contreras. Noted absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz.
Aye.
Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Noted absent. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell.
She said approved.
Approved. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy. Noted absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Noted absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez. Noted absent. Okay, I will now call a second motion for the approval of only item number 3, which is the Immigrant and Refugee Statewide Advocacy Grant intent to award for 1-year for 3-year contract in the amount of $502,500 for 3 years, or $167,500 per year.
Motion.
Motion? Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
I have a question. So by pulling this off, will this delay the awarding of the grant?
No,
No.
it's just a separate vote.
It's just because Commissioner Brown didn't have the information, so he didn't want to vote for it. So we're separating the votes.
Allows them to abstain.
So we have a first with Commissioner Weiss. We have a second. Pulmano seconds. Thank you. We're starting again for item number 3 on consent. Commissioner Bear.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Noted absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Abstain.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers.
Abstain.
Commissioner Contreras. Oh, sorry, noted absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz.
Aye.
Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Noted absent. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Aye. Okay. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy, noted absent. Commissioner Wilkes, noted absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Commissioner Alvarez, noted absent. The motion passes. Both motions have passed.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioners online. I appreciate that. All right, noting the time, we will now move on to Agenda Item 6, the Advocacy Spotlight. At each of our meetings, we invite one of our contracted advocacy organizations to share with the Commission the work they are doing to provide advocacy around the state of California on behalf of our vulnerable and often underserved communities. Thank you so much for joining us at the table. The Commission has advocacy contracts with organizations that represent needs of consumers, diverse racial and ethnic communities, families of consumers, immigrants and refugees, K-12 students, LGBTQIA+ communities, parents and caregivers, transition-age youth, and veterans. All of these populations experience unique behavioral health challenges that are rooted in systemic, cultural, economic, and social barriers. Our partnerships with these organizations intend to uplift these communities through advocacy and empowerment, and through local behavioral health planning and state-level policymaking. So for our Advocacy Spotlight, I'd like to welcome representatives for Center for Empowering Refugees and Immigrants, who will present on advocacy work for the behavioral health needs of immigrant and refugee communities in the Bay Area. Welcome. We look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. We are really grateful for this opportunity to share about this work and for your partnership in helping us do this work at the Center for Empowering Refugees and Immigrants, CERI. My name is Laura Coelho. I'm the Director of Communications and Evaluation at CERI, and I'm here with my colleague Kate Wadsworth, who's our Clinical Director. So we'll just jump right in. Okay. So CERI is an Oakland-based nonprofit with the mission to cultivate healing, advocacy, and empowerment of refugee and immigrant communities affected by war, torture, genocide, and other life-altering traumas. It was founded in 2006 by Dr. Mona Afari, an Iranian immigrant and women's rights advocate, alongside Cambodian genocide survivors and community leaders. CERI first emerged as a community mental health and social service organization to support approximately 100 Cambodian survivors of the Khmer Rouge genocide. These survivors, who had been living in the Bay Area for 20 years, had been forgotten, carrying the heavy burden of PTSD and decades of silence without adequate income, access to social services, culturally grounded mental health support, or language-appropriate care. And that's how CERI came to be, and it was through their resilience, inclusiveness, and deeply humane cultural values that transformed this vision into the journey of our agency today. And I just want to say that I was so touched when Commissioner Chambers talked about community and empowerment in the peer work that you do, because that's really at the heart of what we do at CERI as well. So our team, we're very proud of our team. Since opening our doors, CERI has grown from serving 100 survivors of the Khmer Rouge genocide to now serving 1,200 people each year from diverse communities, from Cambodia to Afghanistan to Burma, Vietnam, Tibet, Nepal, Eritrea, and Iran. Our staff speak over 25 languages in addition to English, and 90% of our staff identify as refugees or immigrants or children of refugees and immigrants. Our staff are trusted messengers from the communities we serve, speaking the same languages and holding cultural knowledge and values. 1/3 of our staff have been participants in our programs, and they not only bring the expertise in a variety of fields from social work, psychology, public health, the arts, but they also bring lived experience to shape our work.
Hi, everyone. Thank you again for having us. So I'll talk a little bit about what we do. Can you all hear me? Yeah, great. So we provide community-based mental health and social services from a holistic, culturally rooted, intergenerational, and justice-oriented approach. And I'll talk about all of that. But our foundation to our work are mental health services and care coordination. And when we talk about mental health services, we talk about some of the traditional models of psychiatry and therapy, but we bring the cultural lens to that. But we also talk about, when we talk about our mental health services, we're also talking about lay counselors, which are folks from the community serving people from their community in the language and with the same lived experience often. So some of our folks who are genocide survivors themselves or family members of genocide survivors are actually providing the services. So they've been through that, and they're providing lay counseling and supportive services. And we find that very effective in the communities we work. We have support groups. So I'd love for anyone to ever come by. Our support groups are amazing. We dance, we sing together, we cry together. There's a lot of trauma that our folks have gone through. And we spend a lot of time together in those support groups developing community. That's the kind of backbone of our agency in a lot of ways. So if you talk to an elder from our community, they might say, I'm in Wednesday group. And that's kind of they're very proud of their Wednesday group affinity. So we have a monthly psychiatry clinic, which our psychiatrist has been providing once a month for about 20 years now. He does that pro bono. He's been working with the community for a really long time, and they really trust him. And that's a party, by the way, also. There's dancing and singing and food there. It's happening today. I'm missing it. I'm sad. We have a clinical training program, and that is, I'm the clinical director, but we have a lot of different modalities that we teach folks. Again, those are usually, are all our BIPOC folks from the community, serving the community. And that we are really work on the stigma of mental health, so that we, many of the folks that come are not saying, there's something wrong with me, there's something happened to me, and we're supporting them. And so many people don't feel like coming to our psychiatry clinic or coming to groups or anything is problematic. It's actually a joy. We also provide social services and care management to folks, so that's, again, from our trusted messenger model, and they provide everything from both kind of hands-on, like helping them apply for Medi-Cal, CalFresh, all of those benefits, and we're now doing a ton, as you all may imagine, immigration support for folks who are asylum seekers, from folks that are at risk of deportation, and we're doing a lot of work around that. So that's hands-on, every day, helping people, and also managing their anxiety about what's happening in the world right now. We have a youth group, which is awesome. That started because one of our elders came to us and said, we're good now. We're actually doing pretty well, but we're really scared about our youth. And so we started a youth group. And then one of our boys came to us and said, why do they have a girls group? We want a boys group. So we started that. And that's how we start all of our groups. When the fall cabal happened in 2021, our elders said, this is terrible what's happening to Afghan folks. Can you start a group for them? So we started the service for them. Let's see. Did I forget anything, Laura? Oh, I want to say also that just a main part of our services is the mental health and care coordination, but we come from a liberation model, so we also believe that advocacy is a big part of that. So we do advocacy on so many levels, advocating like here today, but also our elders and our community members come and advocate for themselves. We really supported a lot of our elders to vote, and so now many of them are voting and super proud of that. And when voting was really scared in Cambodia, you couldn't do any of that stuff because it was a risk of speaking up at all. Them being able to do that is amazing.
And the only thing I'll add is just arts and cultures infused into everything that we do. Having cultural foods is an important part of every group and every event, and preserving cultural practices that were nearly lost for many of these communities is a key part of sustaining mental health and well-being as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's big. I forgot that.
So with CBH, we are so thrilled that you partner with us to do work for the next 3 years, and actually for the last 3 years as well. And we do 12 outreach and engagement activities each year, 6 education and training activities, and 6 local level advocacy activities. And through our outreach engagement, we promote knowledge of culturally relevant strategies for behavioral health and emotional wellness. We connect people to community health workers and interpreters, and to knowledge of public services and benefits. And it's also a great opportunity for us to learn directly from the community about their needs and the barriers. And training and education, like Kate said, we have training programs for clinicians and community workers, and we really try to uplift models that work well with refugees and immigrants. And we, in our local level advocacy, try our best to include our clients themselves in advocating for to be at the decision-making table about their health and well-being. So some highlights doing this work with you all. So we're just sharing a few things that we've done in the last year, but we do outreach and engagement at our community and cultural events. So you'll see here just a couple of examples. One where we had a youth event over the summer, reaching 200 people with youth stories and art, and also school supply distribution, but again, an opportunity to hear directly from community members about their needs. We have an ongoing Stories of Home project where we work with community leaders to create video vignettes about their lives because we think it's really important to create these counter narratives, especially right now when there's such a context of xenophobia, that there are other stories about refugees and immigrants being told. Each year we hold a Cambodian ancestral holiday event, Pacham Bun, that we do in partnership with Presidio Trust and Golden Gate National Parks because we want our refugee and immigrant communities to know that their local neighborhoods, their parks are for them as well. And we have about 400 people from across the Bay Area region show up to that event each year. We also recently had a beautiful photo exhibit in San Francisco, Our Language, Our Stories, to uplift the experiences of refugees and immigrants. We hold a annual celebration of Dashain and Deepawali, which is a significant celebration in the South Asian community. And we are so proud to uplift our Kamai Amathak youth dance troupe, which is completely youth-led. They started in 2023 with just 5 young women who wanted to preserve cultural practices that were nearly lost in the genocide. And now they have over 20 participants. They mentor each other, and they go across the Bay Area region to dance and also to share about CERI's work. Just this year alone, they've already done 10 performances. So I'll hand it over to you for training.
Okay, great. Many of our communities are living in fear because they're being targeted by ICE or facing extremely restrictive policies when seeking asylum. And they need specialized care that understands the unique immigrant stories. So this is where the Know Your Rights comes in. We were doing tons of Know Your Rights trainings kind of all the time. And this is going to be in each language that the communities we serve. So we have 25 different languages, so we are able to go to lots of different communities and do trainings on Know Your Rights and to support people in kind of feeling more empowered in their bodies. Even though there's not a lot we can do in some ways, there's a lot we can do to help them kind of feel more empowered. And then we have kind of a quick crisis line that we're involved with lots of different agencies. If we do hear of specific things that happen, we're responding right away to that. Our other trainings that we do is we are about to launch, I'm really excited about this because I'm the clinical director, but about to launch a training for our new clinicians, so folks that are doing their master's or just graduated in internally family systems, which is a model that really, again, kind of is a strength-based, non-pathologizing model that really works with people on accessing all their different strengths and their different parts. If anyone's ever heard of parts work, it's really exciting. I can geek out on this, but I won't.
I'm listening.
What's that?
I was like, I'm listening.
Well, I can talk about it for a long time,
Later,
but later. Anyhow, so this is something that we're going to be launching for about 12 to 14 clinicians. I'm very excited about that, and this will be for 3 years. So thank you again for the funding on this. And then we have, what's that? Oh yeah, then any other on the, I wanted to also talk that we are excited to also launch an interpretation training because a lot of this work we also have to use interpreters because there's so many languages, and being an interpreter is really, really hard when you're doing it for mental health. So we're going to be doing a training on both for the interpreters and the people who are providing the services and using interpreters. So that's going to be, around the whole area for many people. So that's exciting. I'll talk a little bit also about our advocacy. So for Measure W, we've been advocating around funding for this because of Prop 1, which has been really actually, we understand kind of the dilemmas around what would needed to happen with that and the housing and how important that was. And I can tell some stories. We've had some exciting things around supporting our members with housing. But also we need to advocate around continuing these services because of the way that it's funded. So Measure W, we're advocating with our board of supervisors in Alameda County, and we have a lot of our elders come. Those are some of the pictures. So they get very excited about coming and sitting there and kind of speaking up. And it's scary for them, but it also empowers them. Let's see, we've also been...
I'll just add one thing
Yeah.
here with Measure W, just to give context. Measure W is a general tax in Alameda County, primarily intended for housing and services for houseless people. And there's just a small portion that we're asking for mental health services to be included as an essential service for a homelessness prevention strategy. So just to give a little context about that.
Yeah, and one of our people that attended that said, I learned that everyone has a voice. I learned how public funds are used and that going and showing up in meetings actually matters. So this is kind of the work that we're doing. We're also advocating for our Pardon Refugee campaign, which includes a press conference at the state capitol in Sacramento as part of a collective effort to fight for pardons for Southeast Asian refugees and immigrants facing deportation. CERI is part of uplifting the campaign with over 10 partner organizations. Over 200 people were in attendance from diverse backgrounds. One participant who shared, this event helped me see how forgiveness can play a major role in emotional and mental healing. Hearing stories about refugees being pardoned made me understand that carrying guilt, trauma, or fear can deeply affect mental health, and that being forgiven can bring relief, peace, and a sense of belonging. In September, as part of a convergence organizing Interfaith Movement for Human Integrity, CERI team members joined 200 community advocates outside ICE detention centers in California to uplift those inside and remind them we are fighting with you and for you. Did I get everything?
Yeah.
She's keeping me on track.
Okay, and so just want to brag a little bit. We got some awards that we're really proud of this year. We got the UN Global Citizen Award, which was given to us by the Bay Area's UN Day celebration, which was titled Beyond Borders, Uplifting and Protecting Immigrants and Refugees. It was a huge honor to be recognized alongside Senator Alex Padilla, the ACLU of Northern California, Alameda Health System Refugee Clinic, and Soccer Without Borders. And we also received city and county recognitions this year during Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month for our legacy of leadership and resilience. And we'll just close with a couple of recommendations.
As we mentioned, while we understand the critical importance of directing funding to those with significant mental health needs, we have also seen the power of prevention. We want to uplift the importance of continuing to find ways and resources to prioritize and support preventative mental health care. So we are starting to move towards a shift from MHSA to BHSA and moving towards CalAIM and being able to provide intervention services and therapy and continue those services. We also want to recommend that there be resources and assistance directed to CBOs like CERI to support the change process so that we can also continue to provide our fabulous groups and some of the more preventative services. There's so many examples in our community of ways that we have helped reduce homelessness from examples like just being able to provide mental health services, care management, helping them get their benefits and stabilize them so they don't lose their housing, to working within community members. Sometimes people come to us and say, oh, I'm at risk of losing my housing. We go to our community. We say, does anyone have a room? We do things like that that are kind of invisible to kind of the homeless. They're not on the streets, but they are at risk of being on the streets if we don't intervene in these ways. So we want to just continue to kind of advocate for that. And we see a lot of friendly faces here. So we feel good about this, advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I lied. That was not totally the end. We have I'm so sorry. That was the last thing we're going to say.
We'll let you keep the Global Citizen Award, okay?
So we have just a short video. Since we couldn't bring a community member with us today, we do have a short video of our work directly from one of our community leaders. And I'm not sure how I can play this.
Awesome. That just happened.
ចឹងគាត់ពួយពតនឹងម៉ោង 2 ដល់ 10 យប់វាទៅហៅឈ្មោះខ្ញុំគេកាន់កភ្លើងចឹងខ្ញុំថាហើយគេបាញ់ខ្ញុំទម្លាក់អំឡុងនេះដឹងខ្ញុំគិតចិត្តខ្ញុំថាហើយគេយកខ្ញុំវាយចោលម៉ោង 4 នេះដឹងអត់ពេលភ្លឺស្រាងខ្ញុំថាប្រហែលម៉ោង 5 នេះដឹងខ្ញុំគិតថា1ម៉ោងងាប់មិនដឹងគេយកខ្ញុំទៅវាយចោលពេលណាខ្ញុំមិនដឹងណាហើយខ្ញុំផ្ញើថោអាវមកម៉ែខ្ញុំមកយាយខ្ញុំផ្ដាំគេថាគេឲ្យយកខ្ញុំទៅរៀនសូត្រហើយអត់ដឹងខ្ញុំលែងបានឃើញមុខម៉ាក់ឯងក៏មិនដឹងខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងខ្ញុំងាប់ពេលណាទេ
Thank
ខ្ញុំមកដល់អូក្លិននឹងដែលខ្ញុំមកដល់ដំបូងគឺខ្ញុំមានលំបាកជាខ្លាំងអត់ចេះភាសាគេខ្ញុំមានអីទាំងអស់ហើយខ្ញុំនៅ roommate ជាមួយគេនៅជាមួយបងប្អូនជីដូនមួយគេមកមុននៅដេកលេងក្នុងរូមនឹងឯងកូន2ម៉ែឪ4នាក់ដេកមកកូនពូកទូចហ្នឹងដល់ពេលហើយទៅខ្ញុំអត់ទាន់ដឹងថាស្រុកគេនេះខែជូនឡាយគេបាញ់ចាខ្ញុំភ័យខ្ញុំខំរកកូនរកអីទៅខ្ញុំស្មាទៅដោយស្រុកកើតសង្គ្រាមដោយស្រុកខ្ញុំហើយភ័យនាំនេះក្រាបអារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំមកសពក៏មិនល្អក្នុងវ័យអត់ដេកក៏ខ្ញុំអារម្មណ៍អត់ល្អភាកច្រើនខ្ញុំសពអីខ្ញុំឃើញផ្ទាល់កើតពីជំនឿពុយពួតដោយមិត្តភ័ក្តិគេយកទៅស្លាប់ចោលពុកមីខ្ញុំអីវានៅផ្ទាល់ភ្នែកហើយគេយកខ្ញុំទៅវាយចោលខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ខ្ញុំដឹងថាអារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំភ័យខ្លាចខ្ញុំដឹងថាអានឹងទៅខួរក្បាលហើយតាំងខ្ញុំចូលសេរីនឹងមកពេលខ្ញុំមានស្អីក៏ដោយមានភ័យមានអីខ្ញុំមកដល់ខ្ញុំរាយការប្រាប់ក្រុមយើងហើយអូវាអញ្ចេះភ័យចេះហើយនឹងក្រុមនឹងពភាកទាំងអស់គ្នាទៅដោយថាខ្ញុំបានមកជួបគាត់ក្នុងកន្លែងសេរីនេះដូចខ្ញុំបានរស់ម្ដងទៀតខ្ញុំបានមកសេរីទៅគេជួយបាន Medicare ហើយជួយ apply បានស៊ីទៅហើយបានថ្នាំបានអីលេបទៅវាជំនួយហើយមកក្រុមមកអីចឹងគ្រប់ឃើញគេឃើញឯងទៅដើម្បីខ្ញុំឲ្យខួរក្បាលខ្ញុំស្ងប់បើខ្ញុំមិនទាន់ជួបសេរីខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទីពឹងអីឡោះខ្ញុំបានខ្ញុំមិនភ្លេចគុណសេរីជួយខ្ញុំសេរីនេះហាក់បីដូចជីវិតខ្ញុំមួយដែលខ្ញុំស្វែងរកឃើញ
Thank you so much. I just want to apologize. I should have given a trigger warning at the beginning of that, and I'm so sorry that I didn't. So thank you so much for listening to our Ming Chung story. It's a very powerful story. Thank you.
Indeed, it was. Thank you for sharing, and again, thank you for being a global citizen. At this time, I would like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions.
Well, I always got something to say. Thank you for letting us have the trigger warning. So a lot of my work, I wrote a lot for refugee communities and the API community. Most of my background was API, mental health. And so this is close to me because, I mean, I know too well of the stories that, the clients where we used to work. And they're just like, was a hidden group of disenfranchised individuals that did not understand because of stigma or whatever, or cultural differences, just didn't have a voice. And like I said earlier, like, I'm so grateful that you all are like leaning into cultural, like literally cultural, like that embodies like culturally specific trauma-informed services, and just the way you even approach your training. And like, I geek out on like training clinicians and training peers, and just like, I'm excited for all your clinicians that are gonna come out. And I'm from Oakland too, and so that made me proud in my hometown. And I grew up with neighbors just like them, like Vietnamese neighbors, other neighbors, like, so Oakland is such a welcoming city. And I just am so proud of you all, and I see you. I was just texting somebody about your organization, and I'm looking forward to learning more. You're not going to forget about me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. Incredible work. Thanks for being here. Just two quick questions. One, can you just share with us how the current climate on immigration is impacting your outreach and people's willingness to come to receive services, and if you're seeing that as a barrier? And then the second question is, how do participants, particularly with receiving behavioral health treatments, how do they graduate out of that? Or is it kind of ongoing forever? Or are you seeing people improve and no longer need to use services?
Yeah, so for the outreach, we have had to pivot sometimes. So there have been events where we planned an event and we'd had to say, like, actually, we need to pull back or let people who are at risk, who have removal orders, know that we don't know that it's safe for them to attend. So we have had to make some pivots here and there. For some of our groups, for folks who are directly impacted, who have removal orders, for example, many of them are now not coming to the office, but we are holding the groups online. So we are making changes to be able to meet the needs of folks who are scared of deportation. Also, like, for folks who are not directly impacted, even folks who have citizenship status, we have found that the fear is very high. So it's people who are not directly impacted are still impacted, right? So we have noticed that the support groups and our therapy and the lay counseling has been really essential in just like continuing to follow up and offer that kind of support to help people feel as at ease as they can feel. I mean, honestly, I think we don't always know what's going to happen. And so we also have to be transparent about that. And we are offering Know Your Rights as much as possible, with especially giving people the red cards and the yellow cards too, so people feel well equipped if they have to navigate ICE. I will share one example. We had an elder who does have a son who is at risk of deportation. ICE did show up at her door, and because of our training, she did not open the door, which is one of the main things is, like, do not open the door, because if they have a valid warrant, they will knock down that door. So if they don't, like, do not open the door. And so that was they left and nothing happened to her. But so we're finding that having the trainings and having the mental health services available, both with clinicians and with lay counselors, is really essential, and in groups. And maybe you can talk about the graduating.
Yeah. Before you go to that, just to follow up around immigration, if you just had to give me a ballpark figure in terms of the decrease in participation you've seen just because of that climate, what would you say that number is? And I appreciate that you afford for virtual options. That's incredible. But just if you had to scale the decrease in participation based on the immigration climate, what would you put that at?
I would actually say that it's increased. Although we have had this issue around, like, people being afraid, we really do I think a pretty great job of either being able to go into the community. I will tell a little story that when COVID hit, we had to go to virtual, and we realized right away that our groups had to continue because people were getting so isolated and afraid. But kind of imagine trying to get 100 elders who speak mostly Khmer onto Zoom. If you all can remember how that was for all of us. I mean, it was like, press the green button, no, press the green button in Khmer. And then actually going to their houses, getting their family, like calling the daughter and saying, hey, can you help your mom? I know you don't know how to yet. So we got everyone on Zoom, which was really amazing. So we use Zoom a lot now, and we do work with other family members that people are afraid. So I think more and more people are coming to the office because they are so scared. So they're actually applying for, like, green cards and all that, and we're helping people with that. So, and there's more and more needs, and people are like, oh, CERI can help. And so they come to us for that. And we're working with a lot of lawyers who are supporting folks.
So yeah, I don't think we've really had a decrease in services. We've just had to make pivots to meet people where they're at.
Yeah. I kind of promised myself in January I would scale back on work, and that's not happening. But that's okay, because I love what I do. So secondly, in terms of graduation, we don't really formally anyone's always welcome to come back, but we have so many clients who we won't see you for years. And then they'll call me and say, like, do you remember me? I'm like, of course I remember you. And they'll just come back if they have needs. And then many of our elders do keep coming for groups. That's their community. And so that they come and they eat and they cook at you come into the kitchen, anyone can cook at any time. So they're making meals, they're dancing, they're hanging out. They come, their spouse comes to a group, they come because they want to see their friends. So we don't
But
really.
usually it's within a year. Like we offer at least
Yeah.
a year of services.
Yeah, for
and then-
therapy, people will have about a year of therapy services, but a lot of times they just come, whenever they need.
Yeah, the groups, they can come forever.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cowan.
Wow, amazing work. I just have a question. How do you break through the stigma? I love how you use the word community multiple times, and I know that's part of it. Do you work through the elders, or how is that? I know that's often a big problem in a lot of communities.
Yeah. I think I would say, we work through the elders or for community members. So people come to CERI and then they kind of spread the word. So I'm so amazed. So many times I'll run into someone and they'll be like, that's my therapist. And I'm like, okay, I can't say that, but they're happy. I'm like, yeah, cool. So people are sort of proud of being in that. And so we, obviously we're very careful. If there's some people that don't want people to know, and that is really, we honor that, and we were very careful about that. But we also really, we take their lead on that. So I'm just always amazed. I mean, as I said, the psychiatry clinic, everyone comes and I'm here to see the doctor. You see, and so it's very much that way. Some of our younger folks are a little bit more private, and we keep that private for them. So, yeah.
Commissioners, because of the time, we're going to take two more questions. Commissioner Bear has had her hand up for quite a while online, and Commissioner Fairweather in the room. You'll be the last two comments again. It does not speak to the enthusiasm about your work. Everyone would love to ask more questions. Okay, Commissioner Bear online.
Thank you for your work. You're doing great work. I just have one question. What would it take for you financially and operationally to formalize some type of formal partnership with a local hospital? Because at the front doors, there's so many problems, and there are so many kind of low-hanging grants for this. So have you looked at that at all?
We have partnered with our local health, I don't know, how do you call it, Asian Health Services. And so we've had some partnership with that kind of local system.
We also work with Highland Hospital, and so we have a lot of clients that go to Highland Hospital as their main provider, and so we work with them. So Asian Health Services or Highland Hospital. But maybe we could hear more from you about these opportunities?
Yeah, I could have a sideline conversation, but they're not, Highland's not funding you or giving you grant money for any of this. Okay, so that's a sideline conversation. I can maybe connect some dots for you.
That would be amazing. Please.
Yes. And I do want to just come back to your question, Commissioner Callan, that one of the things that helps our reduce stigma is the cultural aspect. It's like if we have cultural foods, if we have cultural dance, that makes like a therapeutic group or a therapy situation feel less I don't know, there's a less of a barrier. It's more inviting and more welcome. So the cultural part is just so important in reducing stigma.
One more thing, when you walk through the door, you take off your shoes, because that's very Southeast Asian. So people that always say, like, I felt like I was at home, because they take off their shoes. And we have to remind people to tell socks, because some people don't like to take their shoes off.
Sorry, I know there's one more question.
I know, sorry.
Commissioner?
We could talk about this.
Actually, a lot of my questions were covered, so I'll just say, I mean, it's just extraordinary work, and I teared up, as you saw. I also just loved what you said about trauma, and it's not something's wrong with you, but something happened to you. I'm blown away by your work. It's just amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you. Mariani, do you have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay. Thank you all again so very much. Raucous round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, as I implied, don't throw anything at me. We're going to forego our stretch break, okay? We are well behind and really need you to lean in now to this next agenda item, just as you leaned into the previous agenda item. Thank you. Agenda item 8, Innovation Partnership Fund. The PAC committee met on September 18th and discussed the item we will be hearing today. For agenda item 8, the commission will review and consider approval of the Innovation Partnership Fund, IPF, Framework 3.0 for the upcoming IPF grant program with the goal of securing commission approval of the request for proposal outlined at the January 2026 meeting to enable timely release of funding in alignment with Behavioral Health Services Act, BHSA, implementation beginning July 1, 2026. I'd like to draw Commissioners' attention to several public comments we received that is in your packet. That includes commentary and a Proposition 1 analysis submitted by Commissioner Carnevale, who wasn't able to make our previously scheduled meeting in October, but he's here today, and so he will have the opportunity to also provide verbal insights. We will hear from Melissa Martin-Millard, Acting Deputy Director of Research and Evaluation and Program Operations. Melissa, thank you. Please proceed with the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Rolette, and thank you for the opportunity to share our updates on the Innovation Partnership Fund today. Before I begin this presentation, I want to just extend sincere appreciation to Commissioners Tsai and Madrigal Weiss, who as chair and co-chair of the Program Advisory Committee have really supported and shaped the stakeholder process that the Commission initiated about 6 months ago. I would also like to acknowledge and extend sincere appreciation to all the community members who attended listening sessions and who have weighed in on our framework. Your feedback and input has been so valuable, and the framework is stronger for it. So we have about an hour for this item. I'm going to try to keep my presentation within 25 minutes so that we have plenty of time for commissioner discussion and public comment. Okay. So the IPF was created as part of Prop 1 and shifts innovation funds from being county-directed to state-directed, administered by this commission. Starting July 1, 2026, CBH has up to $20 million per year for 5 years for a total of $100 million. So I want to reiterate what Vice Chair Rolette said about the action or vote where we will be asking you to make today. We are requesting a vote to adopt the framework for IPF that was developed through a stakeholder engagement process and essentially offers clarification of the law and statute and includes guiding principles and a definition for innovation. The adoption of the framework will keep staff on track to release the RFP early 2026 so that we are ready to make awards July 1, 2026. I also want to point out that with our current budget climate, delaying adoption of the framework and subsequent release of the RFP may risk partial or full loss of these funds. And I know that we, in early spring, saw that risk with the Mental Health Wellness Act funds, which luckily we were able to retain. Okay, so this slide just kind of provides an overview of the stakeholder process specifically that we started back in July. So we held our first program advisory committee where we talked extensively about the first iteration of the framework. We then went into 3 separate virtual community engagement sessions. That happened through August and September. We also met with the Program Advisory Committee again, followed by the CFC Committee. We had just, again, amazing turnout from the community and our stakeholders who gave us valuable input on the framework, and we tried to iterate each time throughout this process, leading us now to today, where we have version 4.0 for consideration. Okay, the definition that we've been working with is that we're defining innovation as a new or adapted approach to solving persistent problems in California's behavioral health system. These funds are really meant to be a break from the status quo, to take big swings at these problems and barriers that impact equity, access, workforce shortages, and service fragmentation. While in the previous slide I mentioned the timeline for the stakeholder engagement process, that was actually nested in a broader effort to clarify and operationalize the IPF. So starting back in fall of 2024, or earlier in 2024, we did an internal analysis of the IPF, including looking at how it was nested within BHSA. We did an internal analysis of our previous county-directed innovation funds. In February of this year, we released an open call for concepts in April of 2025, we did an open call for concepts, received a lot of incredible ideas from the community and our state agency partners and others, which we presented at the May commission meeting. And then that commission meeting launched the stakeholder feedback process that I just referenced, and that today represents kind of the culmination of those efforts with our Framework 4.0. Okay, we learned a lot from our stakeholders throughout this process. One of the earlier public comments that we received was on, what happens to the comments made at listening sessions and committee meetings. And I really hope that these slides and this discussion indicate that we hear you. We really analyzed and looked at the stakeholder input and feedback we received. We aggregated and kind of grouped that feedback into various themes that are reflected here. I also want to acknowledge that we've received quite a bit of stakeholder input that relates more to the nuts and bolts of the RFP itself and not the broader framework document. So for example, Mental Health America, in one of their public comments listed in the packet, talked about wanting to see small-scale grants included in the RFP. And we're considering that and have kind of taken all of those RFP and procurement-related feedback and are considering it for the next part of our process. So a couple of things, I, in the interest of time, won't read through all of these bullets, but some of the things that we learned from stakeholders included really wanting and needing clarity on the statutory mandates. So a lot of the time during our sessions was spent on clarifying those statutory mandates. We talked a lot about the target population and who should be prioritized. We also heard that the Commission should ensure opportunities for robust community participation throughout the entire planning process, that funding should be prioritized for public agencies, nonprofits, and tribal organizations, with the for-profit sector as subcontractors or vendors. And that the definition of innovation should be defined to include community-defined, non-clinical approaches, and not only medical models. And of course, a lot of what the subsequent presentation will talk about is some of the principles that we've tried to infuse into the framework, which are really around it being centered around equity, sustainability, and long-term community impact. So some of the ways that we address the stakeholder input, I'll also share in subsequent slides, but we did incorporate some of this additional information directly into the framework. We clarified statutory mandates and also updated our interpretation of those as we went through our iterative process. We, like I said, around thinking about the input we've received on the nuts and bolts of the RFP, we are exploring the possibility of awarding additional scoring points to the procurement process for proposals that have a CBO as lead. We've clearly called out in the framework that community-defined evidence practices are an important part of the system and continuum, and created room for non-clinical strategies and approaches. Okay, I have a lot of papers here. I'm trying to keep organized. So this slide highlights where there really is alignment, where we saw alignment between how we were conceptualizing and beginning to operationalize IPF and what we are hearing directly from our community partners. And so these kind of 6 principles or elements, I think, are where we have evidence of strong alignment. And they are equity, finance and sustainability, public-private partnership, lived experience and community leadership, alignment with state efforts, and agility and quality improvement infused in the IPF process, including the RFP and way that we evaluated success. So we do all agree that IPF should be equity focused, that it should involve community and lived experience, have a focus on sustainability, leverage data and look at specific outcomes, and include community-centered solutions. And this is, I think, grounded in, this agreement is really grounded in the statute and policy, our community partner input, and our discussions at both the committees and full commission meetings. So the next few slides just really clearly point out how these elements got incorporated into the framework. And again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to read every single part of the slide, but you can refer back to the framework. We've indicated what page these elements are on. So on the left, kind of discusses that the IPF should increase equity, reduce disparities, and ensure innovations serve underserved and those most in need. On the right, then, is how we feel like that principle or cross-cutting element is directly incorporated into the framework. So we state that proposals should demonstrate how they will advance racial equity and close gaps in access, experience, and outcomes for communities historically underserved by the behavioral health system, including communities of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, people with disabilities and substance use disorders, rural residents, and others marginalized by systemic barriers. For our lived experience and community leadership piece, we have defined that proposals should demonstrate how they're co-designed with people with behavioral health conditions and lived experience, and should demonstrate meaningful engagement of individuals, families, and communities who are most directly impacted. Everything from co-design through leadership roles in the implementation. So really the idea that the lived experience has to inform every step of the process. For sustainability, we state and really want to emphasize that we want the projects and innovative approaches to extend beyond the life of the grant. So we will be incorporating into the proposal development process that proposals should demonstrate a clear, feasible plan for long-term sustainability. And this can look a lot of different ways, including alignment with Medi-Cal, commercial health plans, philanthropic investment, public-private partnerships, or local funding streams, but some pathway for ongoing sustainability of the work. And then our leveraging data and demonstrating agility and QI, or quality improvement integration. So the idea we're capturing here is that we want to be nimble and able to assess early whether something is working, and if it's not working, to be able to course correct. So the language in the framework talks about building the necessary infrastructure, cultivating a culture of continuous learning, and developing teams who can rapidly iterate, pivot, and operate under a continuous quality improvement philosophy. And then lastly, for our cross-cutting elements, the definition itself, which I spoke to a few slides ago, so that the definition should include and scale practical community-centered solutions, which can include community-defined evidence practices that increase access to behavioral health treatment and recovery supports, particularly for those underserved, historically underserved populations, and inclusive of harm reduction approaches. Okay, so I'm going to shift a bit to talk a little bit about the elements informed by the statute and policy itself. So we, in terms of the role of prevention, we acknowledge, and our updated 4.0 framework acknowledges that the IPF may focus on population-based prevention. It can focus on the entire spectrum of prevention. However, indicated prevention may best ensure a focus on individuals at risk of SED, SMI, or SUD. But that doesn't preclude receiving proposals that have a population-based focused or are along that earlier side of the prevention spectrum that I'll share on the next slide. We know from the statute that the IPF must focus on strategies, partnerships, programs, and efforts that support county behavioral health programs and services. And that any strategy or effort of the IPF has to align with county and state efforts to successfully implement BHSA. And then finally, that those efforts must align with the broader BHSA goals and consider the quality and equity metrics that are currently being shaped by DHCS. So this is just to bring home the point about the prevention spectrum and kind of where we had been talking about the indicated wedge as potentially being a good fit for the IPF funds, but we've after close analysis of the statute and discussions with the community and others, have determined that this entire spectrum would fit the IPF funding. Okay, so in terms of the county priority populations, a lot of what the stakeholder input sessions focused on was around identifying the priority populations for IPF. And so I want to be really clear that the priority populations listed here are in statute under BHSA, within which IPF is nested. So to meet the statutory intent, projects must improve county BHSA programs, and those programs prioritize the following populations. So these priority populations identified in statute are children, youth, and adults who are chronically homeless or at risk of homelessness, are in or at risk of being involved in the criminal justice system, whether on the juvenile justice side or in the adult side. For children and youth who are re-entering the community from a youth correctional facility, or on the adult side, re-entering from a state prison or county jail. And for youth involved in the child welfare system, adults at risk of conservatorship, and for both children, youth, and adults, those at risk of institutionalization. So this is simply a restatement of the priority populations identified in statute. The county program priority populations identified in the statute are not meant to exclude or deprioritize BIPOC, LGBTQ+, older adults, or other marginalized and or vulnerable populations. The IPF statute specifically calls out the following populations: underserved populations, low-income populations, communities impacted by other behavioral health disparities, or other populations as determined by the Commission. So we see this as a pretty broad umbrella for who the IPF can focus on. This slide just lists some of the broader BHSA goals, as well as some of the DHCS statewide population-based goals. So BHSA goals include prioritizing people with the most significant needs, to integrate mental health and SUD treatment, expand housing and community-based services, grow and diversify the behavioral health workforce, advance equity and reduce disparities, strengthen oversight, transparency, and accountability. In addition to the DHCS statewide population goals, they are also working on more targeted behavioral health goals that have recently been released, and folks are giving comment on those metrics and indicators that have been developed or identified. All right. So together, these provisions provide a clear statutory mandate that Prop 1 funding, and specifically IPF, must be directed towards innovative mental health and substance use disorder programs and practices that improve county BHSA programs, county programs that must prioritize the populations with the highest behavioral health needs who often face structural barriers. Projects must align with the statewide goals of the BHSA and demonstrate innovation in serving eligible priority populations or groups as defined by law. Before we go to the motion for this group, I did want to share the 2 recommendations received from our committees. So at the Program Advisory Committee, the symbolic motion that was passed was that the Program Advisory Committee recommend the adoption of the IPF Framework 3.0 to the full Commission. Between that PAC meeting and this meeting, of course, we did some further iteration and incorporation of feedback, which is why we're at version 4.0 now. And those that discussion happened with our chair and vice chair of the Program Advisory Committee. For the CFC, the symbolic motion that passed is that the CFC committee recommend the adoption of the IPF Framework 3.0 to the full Commission and emphasize and incentivize community-run organizations and community-based practices. And we are exploring the feasibility and legality of that added incentive recommendation to the RFP process. So just to quickly kind of convey the next steps in this process and why there's a sense of urgency for staff in adopting the framework. So here we are today and are asking you to consider adoption of the IPF framework. We are continuing to engage our state agency partners, particularly those mandated by the IPF. So Cal HHS, DHCS, CDPH, and HCI. If the framework is adopted today, We will continue to incorporate recommendations from community partners, state agency departments, and commissioners into a request for proposal within the legal scope of what is allowable. We will bring that outline to the full commission in January 2026 after running it through our committee process. If in January the RFP outline is approved, we will start the release of the RFP, initiate that procurement process, and target issuance of grant awards to begin the IPF project implementation by July 1, 2026. I'm looking at my time, so I have 2 more minutes before 25. So before I turn it over to the co-chair to facilitate commissioner discussion, I do want to speak to the sense of urgency I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. I know I'm not the only person in this room or online who has lost loved ones to serious mental illness or substance use disorders. 2 of my losses are weighing heavily on my heart and mind today because it is the 1-year anniversary of both. 1 year ago today, my mother, Eleanor, died of liver failure after a long struggle with alcohol use disorder. That same day, my dear friend's 16-year-old died by suicide. These were preventable deaths, had they gotten the right services at the right time. I know we all show up to do this work because we care deeply about working on behalf of individuals like my mom and my friend's child who struggle with serious mental illness and substance use disorders. And I urge you to consider adopting the framework today so that we can keep the momentum going on the IPF, make big, bold swings to supporting our system of care for these individuals. Thank you.
Melissa, thank you for your presentation. Before we engage in comments from the commissioners, I'm going to take a little bit of a chair prerogative, and I'm going to ask the chair of our PAC committee to share comments first, because I know you will have some, and then Commissioner Carnevale to share. If Rochelle was here, I would have her go after you, but Rochelle's not here, and Mara's not here, and so I would ask Commissioner Margaret Weiss to chair first, and then followed by Commissioner Carnevale.
Thank you. Melissa, thank you for the presentation and also for sharing your experiences. I would just like to say that, we just began this process. The committees, we were tasked with this mission, which is a huge mission, and we were learning about each other as commissioners, Commissioner Tsai, myself, having the mission, and really just trying to, how do we do this as we're trying to learn, honor the process, honor the participation of the community, and everybody feels very passionately about this, and we want to get this right, and we're going against the clock, and we see need every day. And I think everybody involved does have what drives us. And so, Commissioner Carnevale, thank you for what you wrote down for us and the conversations. I think it's important. I think that why we wanted to get this forward to the full commission is because you're right. We have new perspectives. We have experiences in this room that we do need to have the perspective of everybody because we are stronger together. And that's why we wanted to lift up this framework here. And so with that, we want to ensure that the commissioners do provide input to this process so that we can make this collective, important decision together. And so I'm glad we got it here today. And I hope that we can take a vote after discussion so that we get this right and we do start moving forward, whatever that looks like. So thank you.
Sorry, Chair, not to go out of order, but can you clarify the timeline issue? Because you both brought it up.
How about if we hope that's an important question? I think that you will get that, because I think there are a lot of commissioners who have that question. But I'm going to pivot right to Commissioner Carnevale and then back to the timeline so you can be prepared for that. Commissioner Carnevale, thank you. That's a very important.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I will, part of my comments will include that. I've taken the time to write something which I've never done before. Usually I'm more spontaneous. But I think this is important, and I wanted to get it right, and I can provide these comments to staff for inclusion in the minutes. This is really to my fellow commissioners more than anybody. Before we talk about this particular item, I want to begin by grounding us in something that I think is fundamental, something that's essential to who we are and why why this commission actually exists. We're the only independent, objective, public-facing institution in California's mental health system. No other state body has our autonomy. No other entity has our transparency. No one else has our mandate to provide open public access and real public oversight, and I personally have really appreciated that. We are not we're not an arm of any department. We're not tied to any single funding stream. We are not captured by any institutional agenda. We exist so that the people of California have a voice. And we exist so that youth, families, peers, counties, advocates, clinicians, community leaders, and yes, those with lived experiences can speak directly to the system, not filtered, not constrained, not invisible. I think this is pretty unique. We're the one place where the public can see how decisions are made, where accountability and innovation meet, where policy is shaped in the open. And let me say this clearly, our independence is not a luxury. I think of it as a responsibility. It means we must rise above silos. It means we must ask the broader, harder, longer-term questions. It means we must think like stewards of the entire ecosystem, not administrators of a single platform or program. And this post-Prop 1 moment where governance, funding, and responsibilities have all been reshaped, California needs an independent leader more than ever, and I believe the Commission must be that leader. That's why this item matters so much, not because of its dollar amount, but because it tests whether we are willing to fully inhabit our role as our independent, forward-thinking, strategic conscience of this system. And with that responsibility in mind, I offer this recommendation. I strongly recommend we postpone action on the Innovation Partnership Fund, not because it's unimportant, but because the moment we are in is too consequential to rush. We are standing at an inflection point, and the ground beneath the system has shifted. Prop 1 did not make minor adjustments. It fundamentally reshaped the landscape that we operate in. And yet, as a commission, we have not had the time to fully absorb these changes. We have not aligned our priorities. We have not even met as a fully reconstituted board to discuss who we actually are. In the last 7 months, we've added 14 new commissioners that have joined us, 14 new perspectives, 14 new lived experiences, 14 new voices California needs to hear. This is an almost entirely new commission as it stands today. These voices from substance use, veterans, aging, disability, homelessness, youth, housing, community-defined practices were not present when our strategic plan was crafted. They deserve to help shape our path forward as we make these decisions that will influence the innovation statewide for years to come. And so I ask as a full commission, have we taken the time to ask these questions? Who are we now? What do we stand for? And what should our priorities be under Prop 1? That's fully within our ability to make those decisions, notwithstanding what we heard presented here. We cannot build a house before we agree on the foundation. And let's be honest, there's no urgency to act today. The grants will not begin until July of 2026, 9 months from now, and then we have a full year to make them, which is, I understand, disconnected from the needs, which are always urgent and powerful and compelling. This is not about timing. This is about alignment. It's about strategy. It's about leadership. And our strategic plan is structurally sound, but it predates Prop 1. We must update it together to reflect our expanded mandate. I believe our January meeting gives us that perfect opportunity to align as a team and give clear direction to the program and to the budget committees and the other committees as well. Just putting my other hat on for a second as the leader of the Sustainable Finance Initiative, I need to address this other concern that I think carries tremendous weight. It's a concern, it's an opportunity. The way we finance healthcare innovation in this country is broken. It's not inadequate, it's actually broken. We are trying to solve a mortgage-sized problem with the financial equivalent of a credit card. That's why we don't have enough money today anywhere in our system. Every year we spend tens of billions. Actually, we spend over $50 billion a year at the federal government level supporting NIH, academia, philanthropy. And the science is often extraordinary, but only a small fraction of that science actually makes it into real-world practice. And it's not because the science has failed, but it's because our capital stack has failed. Our capital stack meaning our capital structure and our strategy. We are literally asking venture capitalists to finance long-term, high society value innovations that take years to mature, but they don't operate that way, and I'm one of them, so I understand, even though I don't operate in this particular system. And that's like trying to finance a 30-year home with a credit card. Once in a while you get lucky, but most people would end up living in a tool shed instead of a real home if that's the way we financed our houses. Meanwhile, the public sector, which is us, pay the price for this failure. The crisis care, homelessness, incarceration, disability, hospitalization, foster care, emergency systems, all this immense human suffering, I would suggest, comes from our broken finance system, not from our decisions that we make about the programs that we all care about. We pay for that failure, but we do not strategically create financial prevention. This is not good governance, it's not good economics, and it's not good stewardship of public resources. But here's the opportunity we have, and I think it's an extraordinary one. Our Innovation Partnership Fund at $100 million could be so much more than a granting program. Handled strategically, we could be anchored literally in billions of dollars of public-private financing. By some measures, there's $1 trillion standing in the private sector waiting to finance the systems that we need. And California could be the first behavioral health mortgage system. Just as we finance bridges and roads and transit and clean water with long-term low-cost debt, we can finance validated behavioral health innovations, which we don't today, that have social impact bonds, outcome-linked instruments, long-duration loans, blended capital, debt-backed future avoidance costs. I know these are terms not everybody understands, and we can discuss what all this means at another time, but these tools would lower the cost of capital, widen the innovation funnel, attract pension funds, insurers, large-scale investors, enable innovations at scale, and dramatically expand our reach and our impact. But if we act today without aligning or analyzing those opportunities, we may lock ourselves into a traditional grant structure that permanently caps our ambition at $100 million when the true opportunity might be measured in billions. So I'm asking us to be wise. I'm asking us to let's pause. Let's not delay, but let's choose wisely before we commit funds. We must understand the financial landscape, evaluate every strategic option, engage in, especially, I want to make this point, not just with HHS, we need to engage with the legislature and with the governor to get their input because they're important parts of this process. And we must align as commissioners on what we want to build. So let us not finance the future of healthcare with credit cards. Let's build a healthcare system on 30-year mortgages that are steady, scalable, strategic, and worthy of California. In conclusion, we're not making this decision in isolation. We're making it in a moment of profound transformation. If we act prematurely and we act without alignment, without clarity, without strength of our collective voice, if we pause, if we align, if we plan, we can make decisions that are coherent, strategic, and transformative, and worthy of the independence and our responsibility. So this moment, I think, calls for courage, for reflection, and for leadership. Let's take this moment not as delay, but as a choice to be thoughtful, a choice to be strategic, a choice to fully embrace who we are as the only independent public guardian of this California mental health future. Let us be the commission that California deserves. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for your leadership and your partnership.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now I'm going to transition back to Commissioner Bunch to ask that very all-important question again.
So this makes me even more curious about the timeline, because on this side I hear that there's kind of a need to go fast, and over here I'm hearing you say slow down. So can you clarify the timeline issue?
Sure. So from an RFP procurement process, if we want to, if you of the commission decides that you want to have the first round of funding released by July 1, working backwards, we would need to have the RFP outline approved by this body in January. Then we would target release of that RFP in early to mid-February. And then because of just the procurement process, it would take between 4 to 6 months to be able to get to an intent to award, which would put us at about, being able to grant out the first round in July 1, 2026.
And what happens if we miss that deadline?
I think the risk is what happened with the Mental Health Wellness Act funds, that with the budget climate, that those funds are at risk of being swept from the commission.
Okay, start with Commissioner Fairweather, and we'll go over here, and we're just going to go, and Robinson, and so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments, and 6, and I'll ask you all. And first, let's acknowledge. Thank you again. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioners and members of the public, we've got again a unique scheduling challenge. At some point, we may need to pause during public comment, recess to lunch, and go into closed session, and then come back and continue this discussion where we leave off. We must have a quorum when we come back, okay? Really must have a quorum. So because we want to make some decisions. Okay. All right.
Oh, sorry. So some clarifying questions, because I'm not privy to any of these subcommittees. So we're talking about $20 million a year over 5 years, right? Each $20 million comes in the next budget, which happens in June, July. And then the question being asked about the framework, I don't quite understand, but I think that it would be that the funding, these could be awarded to for-profit entities. I don't understand what the actual controversy is that is developing this question. And, if you could just clarify, what's underneath all of these words? What do people want and don't want?
So your question is for commissioners, and so I will, Commissioner Carnevale.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Carnevale and Commissioner Margaret Weiss, do you want to speak to, again, you have a perspective, and then you represent a committee. Do you want to restate your very specific question?
What is the problem? What is the disagreement? You're talking about it in concepts and in legislative language, but obviously there is an actual question here. What does one party want to do that the other one doesn't?
So in summary, as I appreciate this, we have a motion and a vote on a framework today, or a input that recommends that we delay for all the reasons that Steve articulated.
I still don't see there was a lot of articulation of concepts, but like what actually would change under a different structure.
So for the purpose of discussion, I'm going to ask to hold that question until other questions get asked, and then Steve, because I'm sure you'll get other questions. So if you could just make a note of that and then be prepared to speak to, when you speak again, that question. Commissioner Margaret Weiss, did you want to speak on behalf of the?
It is a very good question. And I guess where I struggle is because it is a very new process where we have a committee and we have some commissioners on that committee who know more of it, right? Because you're saying, I don't know what we're talking about. And yet we're bringing all this information forward to all commissioners, and it's a very valid question. And what we're talking about, and I don't want to oversimplify, but what we're talking about is a process of framework to outline how and to what these funds are going to go to. And that is our framework, getting community input. This is how we should do it. This is what we're proposing we move forward as a commission. And I'm going to very simplify this. Commissioner Carnevale is saying if we use that framework, then we're locking ourselves in only to that, where there's other considerations we could have for the dollars. That's at the most basic.
Absolutely.
And so that's where we are at, without going through the whole packet. He's just saying, okay, thank you, committee. This is what you did. You took all this feedback in. Here's a framework. The concern is, from my understanding, is Commissioner Carnevale saying, look, we need to slow down. We need to get input from all commissioners with all perspectives before we lock ourselves into just this framework. At its most simple. That's what we're saying.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate that. That was a splendid summary. Splendid. Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Palmano, and then we're going to come back this way, and we'll start with Commissioner Larson, and we'll just go in order. So everyone who had raised their hand, I think everybody did. And then at some point, we'll come back to Commissioner Carnevale. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get the commissioners online as well.
Yes, thank you first off to staff. I actually went through the meeting agenda items a couple of times and actually checked that with SB 326, or popularly known as Proposition 1, to ensure that there is really consistency. And I can confidently say that there is consistency in what the statute speaks of as to the target population, the priority population, and what we should be doing with these funds. I know the word innovation, sometimes it procures this mind-blowing activity or projects, right, that we need to be funding. And in a way it is, because Proposition 1 really restructured what Prop 63 was previously doing. The administration and the voters of California rearranged the buckets. They specifically mentioned who are the priorities for these funds. And, Melissa did a great job of articulating those. And when I think of innovation, it really is the transformation on the delivery of care. This is just a framework that we are voting on. We will be seeing the individual applications from entities. It is within those applications that we have further input on whether we should have changes, or we should be requesting changes, or getting some clarification on what those projects that we would be approving would be. So to me, this is not like the end of the world kind of vote. It's actually very simple. It does not need to include everything because, like I said, the nuts and bolts would be included in the individual applications of which all of us board members would have the ability to comment and ask questions. And lastly, I echo the urgency that Melissa and our commission staff speaks of. We cannot let this money be dormant. This is a yearly allocation. Let's get this moving. And I also want to let you know that when we were doing 326, the legislature was the one that put that 100 million in SB 326, not the administration, the legislature, Assembly, and the Senate. So I just wanted to be clear that, the legislature has always supported the work of this commission, but also there is an urgency that we need to move forward. Thank you. So I will be voting yes on this one.
Commissioner Larson, and then we'll just keep going around the table.
Thank you. I'm just going to do a little history to remind everybody that before MHSA, there was AB 34 and AB 2034, which had similar target populations or priority populations. And as MHSA has evolved over the past 20 years, we've kind of got away from that. And a part of it was the focus on prevention. And now with Prop 1, they're saying actually specialty mental health plans, the counties, are responsible for the sickest of the sick. And we exist only for that reason, to support that goal of supporting those priority populations. The reason we have an innovation partnership fund is because counties lost the innovation funds and the legislature said, hey, we don't want to lose the innovation forward progress, so let's set aside this money. And all of that being said, it is very clear that this commission has a little bit of a target on it from the administration. And with the looming budget issues that are coming, billions of dollars worse than were originally anticipated in the most recent LAO report, we cannot afford to delay action on these dollars, because if we do, I think we'll just lose them. And I would hate to have that happen. So I fully support aligning the innovation partnership funds with the priority populations within Prop 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I'm not being totally redundant with some of the things you just said, but I do want to continue the point you made about the beauty of this commission. It's made up of very diverse points of view and very diverse life experiences. And so I think we have to try to find a way to meld those when we are moving forward. I do want to underscore that it is not 100 million all at once. It's going to be an individual 20 million each year, dependent on agreement of the legislature and the governor. So if we hold off and don't spend it, we are again at risk of being criticized for not being able to get our funds out, which we were last year, and was one of the reasons we nearly lost the allocation from last year. So I would strongly encourage us to try to find a way to combine some of the concepts that Commissioner Carnevale is bringing forward with moving forward to be prepared to spend the money that we do hope will be in this year's budget. It'll only be the first fifth that we will be allocating, and I think the framework is broad enough, or we can revisit it. We could have additional motions to revisit the framework for out years, looking at some of the concepts Commissioner Carnevale has brought up. But the only caveat to that, I do want to say that, again, back to diverse points of view, he has a view of us more globally, but in reality, we have a very limited control over the behavioral health system. We do not control any of the other funding. We would only be making recommendations. with regard to substantial refunding or reconfiguring of the broader behavioral health system. Thank you.
Yeah, I can probably tailor my comments because a couple of things have already been said. I think Commissioner Carnevale made some excellent points around the finances of healthcare. He's spot on. And if there are ways to leverage the money that we have to grow it, it really should be considered. That being said, I don't like to let progress get in the way, perfection get in the way of progress. And, I think there's ways we need to try to move faster. So I would ask, Commissioner Carnevale, what are the specific metrics or states of the proposal that you're looking for that would make you feel like we're ready to push this forward? When you comment, I'd love to hear more explicit detail around, what you'd be looking for to make you feel comfortable with moving it forward.
Other commissioners at the table on this side, I thought I saw other hands. Okay. You bring it really close.
It'll be very short because it's all been said. But to Commissioner Robinson, I agree. I would like a little bit more specificity from Commissioner Carnevale, if he could. And then just my question, does this framework inform the RFPs? Is that, so can you explain that a little more?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sure. Yes, the framework is meant to inform the RFP process, but not preclude additional discussion from this commission, from the community partners, and state agency partners as well. So it is broad and meant to capture the principles and cross-cutting elements that our stakeholders communicated throughout this stakeholder engagement process. But again, the RFP itself can still be shaped by this commission.
Okay, before Commissioner Carnevale, was there any other commissioners? Okay. All right. I know there's Commissioner Southard online has a comment, so Commissioner Southard, if you could unmute yourself and make your comment, I'd appreciate it.
I just wanted to say quickly that I support moving forward. I think the chance of having this money taken in this environment is quite large. So I support moving forward.
And before Commissioner Carnevale, I know that there were two questions. Yes, Commissioner Callan.
I just have one quick question. If we were to move forward today, based on the concerns we've heard, couldn't we implement some of Carnevale's concerns and thoughts on a program basis? Meaning once we are deciding which programs to fund and approach it in that manner?
That's actually three questions that Commissioner Carnevale will be answering here momentarily. Conceptually, I understand your question, but I don't want to speak for him, so I'll let him do that. Were there any other commissioners who have questions? Okay. Yes.
If I could, I would just like to say that I agree with what Commissioner Schwartz said too, and Robinson, and what Callan is asking. For a long time, we have heard from Commissioner Carnevale, even in February when you gave the report. I think where the struggle has been is we hear of these great ideas. I mean, I think from you, it's money's not the problem. Money's not the problem. It's when we don't get to the next steps. And I think that's where the true struggle is. And so if there was a way to incorporate it, and I don't know if it's here, but if there is a way, because we do need to change it. We do need to flip it. We need to flip it on its head and be the body that does. And it's how do we get there? So I just, I'd love to hear and follow back up with our chair. How do we do that and still move this forward, because we cannot run the risk of losing it? I 100% believe that. So I hand it back to you.
Okay. Commissioner Carnevale, I'll shift it to you, and if you could, in your comments, just include those three questions. And then I don't see any other commissioners online with their hand up that I.
I just, after Steve talks, this is Mike Burnick. After Steve talks, I'd just like to say something very brief.
Commissioner Burnick, why don't you go ahead now? And then
Well, I was just going to say, Steve and I have talked about this for some time. I think he's got a very good point about the amount of money we have. The 20 million is not very much. If there's some way we can use this to leverage other funds, and Steve, I know you'll talk maybe now a little bit more about that leverage and specifically what we can do. But I think that's something we really have to look at. How we move forward today is another question, but I think there's no question that 20 million is going to disappear pretty quickly.
Commissioner Brown, I see that your hand is up. If you want to go ahead and make your comments now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I just want to echo what.
We lost you, Commissioner Brown. And I want to just, again, reiterate for commissioners, when Commissioner Brown, if he can come back, after Commissioner Carnevale addresses the question, we're going to transition to public comment. Again, Commissioner Brown, are you there?
It looks like he actually dropped off the Zoom call. It might be internet connection.
Oh, okay. So we'll go right to Commissioner Carnevale, and then we'll expect that he'll be back with us after lunch, perhaps.
Yeah, Commissioner Brown is in London right now, so I think that's part of it. I think there are two issues, and I don't want to conflate them. There is the whole question of the financing strategy, and I hesitated to even bring that up. I don't want to make that a topic today. I'm happy to go into details separately, and that's its own big conversation, and I hope we'll all be interested in turning this pot of money into something bigger and taking on the financing strategy and catalyzing the whole system, to your point, Commissioner, where we don't control, but we do influence. Most of what we do is influence. I think the point of the delay is reflected in my concern that the framework that's being laid out now has not been informed by individual commissioners establishing their priorities, and I am concerned that the way the framework is laid out, it's eliminating the needs or the interests of some of the fellow commissioners who have come on this commission with very specific backgrounds, and the way the wording, which I don't entirely agree with, but that's another subject, that the way we're structuring this now limits our ability in some of those areas. And so I'm not opposed to passing this if we understand that there may be some inherent limitations in the current framework that we can reconsider going forward as we think about all of the other new commissioners and their own areas. And I would ask each of you to, as you read what you heard, is your area reflected or not reflected in those priorities? And I have had my own analysis done, and it's my opinion that this commission has the autonomy to make whatever decisions it wants. Now, it has to do that within the reality of a political framework that we have to be relevant, but I do not believe we are constrained by the Prop 1 language alone. You have to go back to all the original language that established this commission, for which Prop 1 did not change. Prop 1 did not change our fundamental mandate as a commission, in my estimation. But again, I don't want to turn this into a big technical debate. I think the question is what do the commissioners want to do here? It's our decision to make.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Carnevale. We have time for 2 public comments at this time. We're going to transition to closed session. And yes.
We have Commissioner Brown just rejoined. I think he has his line unmuted.
All right, and we'll get Commissioner Brown's comments. I'll state my commitment of 2 public comments, and then we'll come back from a closed session, and we will recommence public comment and any additional questions. So with that, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry about that. My phone died in the middle of my starting to speak. I just wanted to say a couple of things, and one is that as the senior member of this commission, I've seen many times where innovation or what's being offered as innovation and brought to the commission has been less than innovative, and it's essentially a situation where I think there's been a tendency to not think outside the box a little bit and to see the funding that has historically been available from the commission, requiring commission approval from the state, that funding basically gets almost locked in as a way to continue the status quo, even though the purpose of it is clearly to try to do things that are beyond the status quo. And I think that we as the commission do have an opportunity to really lead the way here in terms of looking for different ways of doing business. And as mentioned by Commissioner Brennick, I couldn't agree with him more. This money, it's not a lot of money, $20 million a year for 5 years spread across the state of California and all of the behavioral health agencies that we have is very, very limited. And although I know a lot of work went into this this process to develop this proposal with a lot of input from stakeholders, the stakeholders they understandably bring a perspective to the table that typically will want to ensure that the people that they are representing are mentioned on this list. Conspicuously absent from this list, in my estimation, is any mention of anyone who's incarcerated or recently incarcerated, about to be released into the community. And I can tell you, and I've talked about it many times firsthand, that there is a significant need for additional and perhaps much more innovative ways of doing things in terms of how we prepare people with mental illness who are concurrently facing or involved in incarceration for criminal activities, and them getting released into the community. I'd like to see and hear that population mentioned as well. But I do agree that I think this money really, there's an opportunity here to use it, or at least a large portion of it, to leverage it potentially by looking at what other organizations, what other states, what other countries are doing in this area. And examples of that could be working particularly to develop an approach to try to prevent early onset psychosis, to particularly look at youth prevention and treatment, and trying to stay the impacts of this insidious twin pair of problems and issues of mental illness and substance use that we are now responsible for. So I agree with Commissioner Carnevale, and I think he's to be commended for challenging the status quo within our commission, and in terms of trying to look for alternative ways and bring in some approaches that are going to need to be fleshed out and refined a little bit further than they are now. If that can be done with this passing, and we can tweak this, then I think that would be fine. I just don't know that there is this extreme urgency that we have to move it so that we have to have everything ready to go by July the 1st. Could the state sweep the money? Potentially, but I think it's probably unlikely, particularly if we have a plan that we've adopted on how to frame the selection of these these grant awards and have things lined up. And I think that we need to recognize that we need to make sure that the governor and the legislature are behind our efforts in this area. Thank you.
Melissa, if you could speak to Commissioner Brown's question regarding people
Yes.
incarcerated. Yes.
Thank you. I did just want to point to slide 20 because I want to just state for the record that as part of the priority populations identified include youth who are in or at risk of being in the juvenile justice system and those re-entering the community from a youth correctional facility. And then on the adult side, similar language, adults who are in or at risk of being in the justice system and or are re-entering the community from a state prison or county jail. So I do think we tried to attend to the CJ involved population reflected in the BHSA statute.
I got that from slide 20, but on slide 8, Melissa, what we learned from stakeholders, there's no mention of that at all.
We didn't hear that as much input from stakeholders on that, and perhaps it's because it's already in the framework and associated documents.
Well, and it is identified as a part of the priority populations. I want to make sure that all commissioners know that. With that, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Thank you, commissioners. Mariani, do we have any public comment in the room?
We do. We have 3 public comments in the room.
For individuals online, we are going to ask that after the public comment in the room, we will identify a time that we will reconvene. Mariani will resume the public comment, and it will be online. You go get a great lunch and come back invigorated and to share your comments. We do, as always, appreciate your comments. They are very important to this commission. But we're going to take those 3 in the room, and then commissioners, we will transition to closed session, and we will tell you what time we will be back from closed session prior to leaving the room.
Our first in-room comment is from Danny.
Good afternoon now, instead of good morning. My name again is Danny Therical, Public Policy Coordinator with Mental Health America of California. Again, I do want to thank the Commission and the staff for all their hard work on the Innovation Partnership Fund, and we really appreciate being able to be involved and provide input. I just wanted to come here and to reiterate the comments we've already made regarding the IPF and to reiterate our recommendations. First, regarding the changes in the BHSA allocations have significantly limited revenue available for behavioral health supports and services, formerly known as community supports and services. And so our recommendation would be just to ensure that the IPF and this framework prioritize investments within the behavioral health services and supports component. Second, it was spoken to before, but just to reiterate the importance of supporting local community-based organizations or CBOs. The current framework does not really mention community-based organizations specifically. It does mention community-based services or community-led, but the actual phrase community-based organizations is actually not even mentioned. So we just thought that this framework and the IPF outright call that out and prioritize them. Third, our recommendation regarding small-scale funding opportunities for CBOs. We're glad to hear those previous comments before, and so we wanted to highlight that again as an opportunity for the IPF to support those projects that don't need large sums or investment funds to be successful, and they can be successful with even smaller investments. And then lastly would be that the current framework doesn't address the opportunities that the Commission has to identify other populations that can be served. And so if moving forward, if something can come out to help clarify, how does the Commission intend to identify those other populations? What's the process? And then how can the public also provide input on other populations that can be served in the IPF? And so altogether, we believe that these 4 recommendations will help enhance innovation for the BHSA and ensure that populations with significant behavioral health disparities are not excluded. Thank you.
Our next in-room comment is from Nicole.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Chilton, and I am the Program Manager for Access California from CalVoices. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. And just in regards to the innovative partnership funds and referencing the 8 dimensions of what to include in proposals for these funds, leveraging emerging technologies, we want to uplift our concerns to ensure that data received on behalf of our community members and folks utilizing any technology within these funds, that the data gathered may not be used for big tech for financial gain. And knowing that data breaches do happen, we want to know what strategies would be employed to protect our vulnerable community members and their protected health information. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last comment is from Divya.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Divya Shiv, and I'm the new Senior Policy Advocate of Behavioral Health at the California Alliance of Child and Family Services, which represents over 200 nonprofits that work with children, youth, and families across the state. I look forward to working with you in this new capacity. We are greatly appreciative of the Commission's work on the Innovation Partnership Fund. And we recommend that in discussing and implementing the IPF framework, some of this funding be used or targeted to support programs that offer prevention and early intervention services for children and youth, including youth in the child welfare programs. We have been in meetings with counties who have indicated that their prevention and early intervention programs are going to experience funding cuts, which will impact our members that provide prevention and early intervention programs, as well as other CBOs who serve underserved BIPOC and low-income communities. In addition, as Medi-Cal implements high-fidelity RAP to support behavioral health for children and youth, it is necessary to increase the number of Medi-Cal providers to support this expansion adequately with appropriate quality measures. Thus, we request that the Innovation Partnership Fund include in its framework and allocate some of its grant funding to help providers meet Medi-Cal certification standards and requirements to ensure that a robust network exists that can support foster youth to access behavioral health services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our last in-room comment.
For all those who would like to make public comment online, we are going to, Sandra, I'll solicit your assistance now. We will return at what time, Sandra?
It is 12:11 right now, and we would like to say that closed session will resume at 1:30. So we will put a notice on our communication, hoping, and that we'll put a notice up to update if that return time is updated after 1:30. So please stay tuned, and we will be back.
So everyone online, expect that we will return at 1:30. Thank you all very much. We will now adjourn and re-adjourn in a closed session.
And commissioners online, please look at your email address from Mariani. She has sent you the link for closed session, so you can leave this meeting and join us in closed session. Okay, I'm reestablishing quorum after we've returned from closed session. Hope we have it. Let's go. All the folks, do we have commissioners joining us virtually to please turn on your mic and so that, your camera, so that we can see you and unmute your mic so it makes roll call smoother. Thank you. Commissioner Baer, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick, marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Here.
Are you remote? Yes.
Still remote.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Brown? He might be in the restroom. I'll come back to him. Commissioner Bunch? Commissioner Callan?
Here, with no one in the room.
Thank you. Commissioner Carnivale?
Here.
Commissioner Chambers?
Here.
Commissioner Contreras, absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz? Here. Commissioner Cross?
Here.
Commissioner Fairweather? Here. Commissioner Fernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Gordon, marking absent. Commissioner Designee Pomano? Here. Commissioner Hill?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss?
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell? Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Southard?
Here and alone.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas Beckett?
Here.
Commissioner Sy, marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes, marking absent. Commissioner Vice Chair Roulette?
Here.
Chair Alvarez, marking absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And Commissioner Bear is on.
Commissioner Bear has joined. Thank you. We have quorum.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you, Sandra. I wanted to provide an update on what actions took place during closed session. The commission voted to approve Brenda's 2025-2026, and that's Brenda Graylich, our executive director, performance goals in which she will be evaluated in May of 2026. The executive director performance evaluation plan for the executive director performance evaluation plan for 25-26, and the commission voted to approve staff to work with the Attorney General's office to initiate a complaint against Baywell Health for breach of contract. In line with our ongoing commitment to transparency, we will begin sharing brief updates on ministerial contracts under $100,000 that are executed under the executive director's delegated authority. Following the conclusion of the October 2nd meeting, the Workplace Optimization Advisory Committee, after conducting a competitive request for quotes, has engaged Leading Resources, Inc., a leadership performance firm, to conduct confidential performance surveys for the executive director and provide executive director coaching to work with the broader leadership team. Over the coming year, LRI will work closely with Brenda and her team to support their development leadership as the commission transitions fully into implementing the Behavioral Health Services Act. Thank you very much. That concludes comments regarding closed session. Okay, at this time, we are going to transition back to public comment. We are, because of the, again, number of comments that we have, we are going to ask that you try to keep your comments to 2 minutes. And if your comments are repeating the comments that were previously shared by someone else from the public, you can emphasize the points that were made. We appreciate that, and say you're repeating or agreeing with the other comments. With that, yes.
Is public comment for the item prior to the break or for what happened in closed session?
Public comment is the continuation of the item that was prior to the break or at the break. The Innovation Partnership Framework proposal that was presented by Melissa. And in fact, at some point, we'll put the motion that was the last slide back up.
Will there be a chance for public comment for what happened in closed session?
We could add it, yes.
We could.
Okay, I think
yes.
we should.
Okay.
We could do it before or after?
Hey, do you have a preference? Okay. Why don't we do is there any, Mariani, we're going to go back to Commissioner Bunch's request that we take public comment regarding the items that were reported out in closed session. So with that, we don't need to vote on that correct, Sandra? Okay, with that,
For folks online, if you are trying to make public comment on the IPF item, can you please lower your hand at this time just so we can see if there's anyone making comment on closed session?
If you want to pull that down now.
Yeah.
Let's pull this green down.
Cody, remove the motion.
Thank you, Cody.
Right.
Thank you.
It looks like we may have one public comment from Alberto. Your line is open if this is for the closed session item.
That hand has disappeared.
Yeah, it disappeared. So I don't think we have any. Okay, so I do not believe we have any public comment for closed session report out. We don't have any comments in the room. So we'll move back to IPF.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. If you could raise your hand again for
Okay.
IPF.
We'll give you a moment to do that, and I'll make the process comments again. For those who are going to be making comments online, if you could keep your comments to 2 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. And if the comments were made that you were going to make are made prior to you making your comment, you could note that you agree with the previous comment and even identify the name of the person. Just say, I agree. That would be helpful for the commission. We'll note that as we have a number of individuals that want to make public comment. We're asking you again to keep your comments to 2 minutes. So thank you very much. I'll transition back to you, Mariani.
Thank you. We have 16 virtual comments. Our last comment will be Regina Mason. Our first comment is from Ash. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ash Wilhelm. I'm a macro social work graduate student at Cal State East Bay and an intern at Safe Passages. As reviewed today, this commission has a fundamental commitment to advance equity and reduce disparities. I want to say I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Carnevale and urge the staff to proceed with the RFP. We've all made sacrifices to participate in this process and showed up to provide the input. And with all due respect, it is possible that the sense of urgency is not tangible to those who are not experiencing the turmoil and despair that our communities and the communities we serve are currently facing. Regarding the framework, I would like to bring your attention to a change that you made to slide 18. The slide is titled Statute and Policy. To the first point in the orange section on the left reads, IPF may focus on different elements of prevention. However, indicated prevention may best ensure a focus on individuals at risk of SED, SMI, and/or SUD. This is different than the previous slide on statute and policy, and while we strongly support the first part of the bullet point, IPF may focus on different elements of prevention, we respectfully challenge the second part of the bullet point. The second part that reads, indicated prevention may best ensure a focus on individuals at risk of SED, SMI, and SUD. We do not believe that this is necessarily true, especially for BIPOC and LGBTQ communities. Community-defined evidence practices, CEDEPs, have shown to be more effective in reducing disparities for our communities and often preferred by people from our communities, including those individuals at risk of SED, SMI, and SUD. Since CEDEPs generally do not require an examination or a diagnosis in order, they may not be categorized as indicated prevention, but more as selective prevention. We can deny that these programs utilizing CEDEPs have many individuals.
Your time is up. Please wrap up your comment.
All right. So again, indicated prevention programs may not best ensure a focus on individuals from BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities at risk of SED, SMI, and SUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Joel. Your line is open.
Thank you so much. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to add to the conversation. My name is Joel Baum. I'm also with Safe Passages. I use he and him pronouns. and also disagree with the decision to consider putting this off. You have to vote on this. Months and months of work has gone into this. And commissioners certainly, I think, have had an ample opportunity to engage with the process. I also do want to echo the importance of bringing all of the commissioners' full backgrounds and experiences into this process, and would assume that would be a major part of the lens with which they would look at any of the different proposals emerging from this. I really want to thank you for recognizing the concerns that our communities have brought and the process of refining the document. And I also appreciate that you're trying to align the IPF with statewide objectives. And in fact, this broader perspective really informs my comments. DHCS recently released an issue paper in which they stated the BHSA rebalances funding priorities without abandoning prevention efforts, including prevention and early intervention services for individuals at risk and who do not have a diagnosis. The vast majority of funding under Prop 1 does go to people with serious mental illness issues. We do not oppose that, but funding must also be allowed to go to people who have not been diagnosed. And this is going to be one of the few places where that funding can be, in fact, earmarked and highlighted. So I strongly encourage you as you move forward, and I know some of that language is in the document, but I hope that it will be there not only in reality, but in spirit as well, that this need for supporting innovation, prevention, and early intervention has to be maintained. So we hope when the RFP comes out, that language is clear and there's no discouraging.
Wrap up your comment.
Absolutely. Does not discourage folks from providing CDEPs or prevention programs from applying. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Our next comment is from Alberto. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Alberto Perez Rendon. I work for La Clínica de la Raza in Oakland. I'm the manager of the Prevention and Early Intervention program here. And I have two comments. The first one is echoing what my the two previous speakers said around not delaying this process further. We have done already a lot of work, a lot of comment, a lot of feedback to you all about this framework. And as it was said before, our communities need these resources now. And so any delay on the allocation of these funds will really cause some stress in many of our participants and community members that we serve. And the other piece is also following up on what is being said before. Our community-defined evidence practices have proven to be effective, and they do not require a diagnosis. But we have proven by way of some exhaustive evaluation that's been conducted through CRDP that we do deliver in preventing further illness. We are the ones out there with our interventions that are culturally, linguistically, and otherwise competent, catching individuals before they become severely mentally ill, before they get a diagnosis, before they start using, before they go into the streets. And so please make sure that prevention is part of the continuum of services that we're trying to address with Proposition 1. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Anastasio. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Anastasio Flores with Asian American Recovery Services, a program held for 360. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and listen to our recommendations. We are privileged to have been one of the 35 programs under CRDP providing services for the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander NHPI community in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the last 8 years, we have become a trusted entity in the NHPI community. Like many other communities of color, we are not help seekers. If we do so within. This prevents our community members from experiencing mental health and substance use challenges from receiving services they desperately need. Our CDEP has been able to educate, create awareness, reduce stigma around mental health, SUD, and most importantly, engage those experiencing challenges into services. The value of our CDEPs is that we have a relationship with the community we serve. We have the ability to reach a person in isolation and make referrals to services. I'd like to quote in honor of my late colleague, Nani Wilson. We are a bridge to services and wellness in our community. Lastly, the strength of our CDEP is due to the California Reducing Disparities Project, as they have provided support, technical assistance, in building our capacity. The structure of CRDP allowed us to learn from other 34 programs and their expertise in serving their respective communities. Also, be a part of an advocacy group that has uplifted the voices of our communities, and most importantly, by providing a local and statewide evaluation process that has proven that our CDEPs are both effective and impactful. I ask to please prioritize CDEPs for funding and continue with the RFP process, as a gap in services for some of these programs can result in more death anniversaries
Thank you,
that was shared by the
your time is
presenter.
up. Please
Thank
wrap
you.
your comment.
Thank you, Anastasio. Our next comment is from Kevin. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Eric Dredge. Again, thank you for the chance to speak. Yesterday, I spent the entire day
reaching out to them via their help.
Who's that? Am I on or what?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes, we can hear you.
please go ahead.
Can we redo the time? I just had somebody appear on my screen talking.
Yeah, go ahead. Start now.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Eric Dredge. Thank you again for the chance to speak. Yesterday, I spent the entire day at Learn for Life Sacramento, which is a learning academy, with about 50 independent study high school students. These young people carry a lot on their shoulders: family instability, loneliness, fear, and pressure to navigate life alone. What I witnessed was simple. Before crisis, connection works. I didn't bring intake forms or appointments. I brought a small table, as shown, a wooden nickel, a green ribbon, and the simple piece of paper that's all about me. That was enough. It really was. I can remember 5 different students offhand, and they opened up about their lives. One student overwhelmed by family addiction. Another student struggling with identity. Another student who said nobody asks him how he's doing. A student sharing her parent separation. A student who handed me a wooden nickel with a heart on it and said, "Keep this one." None of these conversations happened in a crisis moment. They happened before the crisis. That is what early intervention looks like. This is what prevention actually feels like on the ground. Small tools, small moments, and a big impact. My request is this: whatever decisions that you make today on the Innovation Partnership Fund, please ensure the framework supports simple, community-level early intervention spaces, the kind that meet people before the emergency call, before the hospitalization, and before the fog closes in. We save lives quietly.
Thank you, Kevin. Your time is up. Please wrap up your comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say we save lives quietly, cheaply, and consistently. We support these early moments, and I just wanted to thank you again for your time and your services and your commitment to making California's mental health future better. Respectfully, Kevin Eric Dredge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next public comment is from Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy Hiramoto with Remco and with Safe Passages. I really want to thank Melissa Martin Millard for a couple things. First, for your honesty and letting us know about your situation and how that motivates you, because I know you are motivated because you and the commission have been very, very good about collaborating with the community and listening to us. And I really want to acknowledge that. Second, I would like to thank the commission for having CERI on this earlier. And I hope that you noticed that CERI asked for prevention programs, because that is what is, again, so effective for BIPOC and LGBTQ and obviously immigrant communities too. So that's why we always are trying to get prevention funded with these dollars. I also want to support the comments of Ash Wilhelm about the premise that indicated prevention that you have that may be best. It is not necessarily best in this grant over selective and other types of prevention. That thought that it is detrimental, again, to BIPOC and LGBTQ communities. Then on slide 11, you have a focus on sustainability. Well, that is important. You need to understand that CDEPs are very difficult to be funded with Medi-Cal dollars. And just saying that you're going to make or you're going to help or you expect all of these CBOs to become Medi-Cal certified is not good, because that's not appropriate. Some of them don't want it. And so please consider the focus on sustainability. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Stacy. Our next comment is from Monica. Your line is open.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Monica. I just want to agree with what has been said by Stacy, Alberto. I urge the commission to move forward with this project and vote. I just want to highlight the importance of the prevention and early intervention model in mental health in California, supported by CRDP. This model has helped many community programs become community evidence-based mental health programs. And these efforts represent some of the most innovative work in our state to promote equity, expand access, and ensure long-term impact in mental health for vulnerable and underserved immigrants community. This contribution should be recognized and fully included in the Innovation Partnership Fund. It is important that no diagnosis be required to receive services under this fund. There is also no such requirement in prevention and early intervention, nor is there any rule prohibiting services for people who do not have a diagnosis or who do not have any serious mental illness. We understand that most Proposition 1 funding will go to people with serious mental illness, and we do not oppose that. However, funding must also remain available for individuals who have not been diagnosed or who have experienced mild to moderate needs, especially within innovation, prevention, and early intervention. Early support saves lives, lower costs, and strengthens our communities. I respectfully ask that these preventative approaches continue to be a central priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Noemi. Your line is open.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the commission and staff for meeting with community stakeholders like myself. My name's Noemi Tungui. I was born in Parangaricutiro, Michoacán, Mexico, and I work with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, a community-based organization that serves California's Central Coast in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo. We serve women, men, and non-binary migrant, indigenous, Mexican, and Latino community members, many who are farm workers, most of which speak a multitude of variants within the Mixteco language from Oaxaca, Mexico. Others speak indigenous languages like Zapoteco, Triqui, Purépecha, such as my grandmother. I oversee Living with Love, which is a mental health and domestic violence prevention and early intervention program that is also a CDEP here in Oxnard or Chumash lands, and it's been part of the California Reducing Disparities Project, where we've been leading rigorous research to prove that innovative, culturally and linguistically appropriate programs really do work. This year, our community faced the biggest and most violent ICE raids in our county, kidnapping 361 of our mothers, daughters, grandparents, and even resulting in the violent death of Jaime Alanis. Many of those families continue to sit in for-profit detention centers across the country without due process or fair representation. And this crisis has only heightened the mental health needs, where we're witnessing higher levels of domestic violence, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation among our community. We need resources now. Our families can't wait. We urge this commission to specifically prioritize programs aimed at supporting BIPOC and LGBTQ communities, that you move forward with this project and complete the RFP by your January committee meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Josefina. Your line is open.
Oh, thank you so much. I guess, I mean, I want to support the comments of the previous speakers, but also I want to commend the staff and the commissioners for the courageous leadership that you're demonstrating in the development and the approval, hopefully today, of the framework that's been put forward. Given the context at the federal government, the state, you are demonstrating a tremendous amount of courageous leadership on behalf of the state of California. And I want to appreciate all of you for your tremendous work in putting this forward. I also want to state that this has been a very collaborative process with a tremendous amount of stakeholder engagement. Many of us have been to numerous meetings about this particular topic and contributed really valuable insight and experience about how things have rolled out previously and how we would like things to roll out in the future. So I really want to appreciate the staff and the commission for the leadership that they've demonstrated through this process, and urge you all to vote today to approve the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. There were hand raised, but it seems like Zoom might be glitching and lowered hands. If you had your hand raised, please go ahead and raise it again. Our next comment is from Taslim. Your line is open.
Great. Thank you so much, commissioners, for all of the work done on this framework. My name is Tesla McCarl, Executive Director of Supportive Housing Community Land Alliance. We're an MHSA Innovations funded project, and we're a community land trust that uses the community land trust and partners with supportive services providers to provide housing for individuals with serious mental illness. We would like to urge the commission to prioritize previously innovation funded projects, at least creating a set aside with the understanding that, you know, I think there was a comment earlier that some of the previous innovations projects were not as innovative as some commissioners might like, but hope that there is no delay in the release of the RFP, given the alignment with the fiscal year of most counties and the ability for the commission through the RFP to specify more innovative concepts like social impact bonds or other innovative financing mechanisms. So appreciate all of the work. And again, our recommendation is to not only create a set aside for previously innovative projects, but also maintain the timeline for release of the RFP. Thanks.
Thank you. It looked like Zoom did the glitch, but we took a screenshot. I believe the next person was Carly. Your line is open.
Oh,
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Carly Stelzer again. For the sake of time, I just want to uplift comments that have already been given by some of our member organizations, including staff from Safe Passages, Health Right 360, and La Clinica de la Raza. We will also follow up with written comments, but want to emphasize the comments that have already been given and the importance of the commission moving forward with the partnership fund. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sarai. Your line is open.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sarai Soto Talavera, she, her pronouns. I'm a MSW student at UC Berkeley, and I'm also an intern at Safe Passages. Firstly, I also wanted to thank the commission and staff for meeting with and listening to community stakeholders. We really appreciate this open forum. Secondly, I also wanted to uplift previous comments that were made about moving forward with the project and not delaying the vote. And then lastly, we wanted to acknowledge that the working framework has been changed, several times, but it now includes new language that addresses our previous concerns. And those original concerns were that the innovation partnership funds would be strictly limited to only people with serious emotional disturbances, SED, serious mental illness, SMI, and or substance use disorders, SUD. And so we understand that the BHSA emphasizes serving children and adults that have those diagnoses or fall into those categories. We believe that strictly limiting programs and services to only those populations doesn't serve the communities that we represent, as many BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus communities don't always engage with, more traditional mental health services or the behavioral system as a whole for a variety of reasons. And so we just really wanted to thank you for listening to us and implementing that new language. Particularly, I wanted to highlight the third paragraph on page 1 of version 4, where it says that the BHSA focuses on individuals with the highest behavioral health needs, including those who suffer from SED, SMI, SUD. And so previously that sentence didn't have the including those part. And even though it is small and people might not notice, we did, and we want to show appreciation for y'all making, the language more accurate so that we're better able to serve our communities and provide a more holistic
Thank you, Sarai. Your time is up. Please wrap up your comment.
Thank you. Yes. And so we appreciate that language change. And so it allows us to better serve our communities and provide a more holistic and cultural approach to addressing mental health needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Regina Mason. Your line is open.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate this. I was prepared to say something totally different than I am now, but after listening to what I've heard today, I just want to say that to give you some sort of perspective on why it's important to really prioritize CDEPs. Our organization came to fruition. We serve African Americans in Monterey County, and for the first time in the history of Monterey County, African Americans who had been unserved, underserved, and inappropriately served had no place to go to heal. And now they have the Village Project. It was born out of funding from Prop 63, and 17 years later, we now have a CDEP that's been going on for 9 years, serving children of African ancestry in grades K through 4, teaching them about their ancestry and heritage to reduce the long-term debilitating mental health issues that present themselves when children of African ancestry really don't get the kind of culturally affirming services that they should be entitled to. And I want to say that as the commission continues shaping priorities and funding structure, I want to uplift the importance of supporting programs like ours that were created because we dared to imagine different community-driven approaches to healing. The Village Project is living proof that when community need, cultural knowledge comes to light through funding, then everyone benefits. Not only do we serve African American people, but we have various programs over the past 17 years that serve BIPOC, LGBTQ plus individuals from a culturally affirming perspective. And we have churned out 9 practitioners that were seeking licensure that now are all over the state of California providing cultural healing from a cultural perspective. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Berenice. Your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Berenice Gonzalez, and I am the evaluation coordinator with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, also known as MICOP. And I'm with the Living with Love program. That's a mental health and domestic violence prevention and early intervention program, which is part of the CRDP. At MICOP, we support, help, organize, and empower Indigenous and migrant communities in the California Central Coast, most of whom speak a Mixteco or Indigenous language. We just really want to thank the Commission staff for recognizing our concern and changing the language in the framework document. While we would have liked the language to have been a little bit more clear or stronger in this regard, we do acknowledge that it was changed, and just want to express that we appreciate this very much. I just want to echo what several folks have mentioned about the importance of prevention programs for underserved communities, such as the community that MICOP serves. And we hope that the RFP language will be clear and does not discourage people providing CDEPs or prevention programs from applying. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Fernando. Your line is open.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I was just wondering how I could further participate on the conversations on budget optimization. Not that I think that any of the funding should be delayed, but I don't think anybody disagrees with making the most out of what's there. Were you able to hear my question? It was just how can I participate in a extended conversation about the budget?
Fernando, we will get a response back to you later. There will be an opportunity for you to participate. I thought you were going to make additional comments after that, so that's why. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Staff will reach out. Our next comment is from Laurel. Your line is open. And that will be our final public comment as the queue closed.
Good afternoon. Hold on. Can I start my video?
Yes.
I can. Yes. Okay. Alrighty. I'm Laurel Ben Hamida, and I'm still with Muslim American Society Social Services Foundation, based in Sacramento, but with a statewide reach, and with REMCO, the Reducing Mental Health Disparities Coalition. This process was much better than previous processes, and I want to agree with those speakers who have commended the Commission on the process. Our organization, Mass SSF, like Regina's, was very tiny until this funding was awarded to us and gave us the chance to grow. And now people in Sacramento and some statewide, we even get calls from overseas, can get help for their challenges and their distress. That distress is only growing with the current situation. We aren't any worse off than any of the rest of the people here who have talked about all of the awful things that are happening. But it does put us in a quandary. Commissioner Carnevale has offered us something with much, much more money, but we think we should stay with the government, although we know now how it can change so fast if we're not careful. And we should continue with the process as it is, and perhaps he can take more time to give us examples of how it would work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment. If you want to make public comment and didn't get the chance, please email us at publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov.
Thank you, Mariani. Now that public comment has closed, if we could put the motion back up on the screen. While we're waiting for that, is there any final short, brief comments? Brevity would be appreciated from commissioners in the room. And so I see Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Carnevale. All right, 2 comments.
Yeah, and maybe it's to Commissioner Carnevale. Is there a midway or kind of middle ground on your concerns that could be, let me say it a different way. Can your concerns be addressed within, this January timeframe? Is there a way to address the issues you raise within the timeframe so that there's no delay?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's actually a great question. I mean, whether we go forward or not with this framework, I would still recommend we need to go through a strategic planning review and to try to accomplish the objectives that I addressed. And mine was not going to be a comment, but a question, because it's clear people want to be responsive, as I do, to the needs out there, which are tremendous, and I support them all. But inevitably, there are going to be people that spoke passionately today who are not going to get funding because there's more needs than there is funds. So my question is this: as we rush into this process, as we have for years, on what basis are we going to make the decisions within this framework? Because the input I've had for a long time has been all of the commissioners agree we do not have any basis upon which to make decisions that differentiate from one contract to another that is transparent or meaningful to at the commission level. So I'm just wondering, what is the process and how are we going to be able to tell the difference and choose one person over another person when we go through this process?
I'll turn to staff and see if you'd like to present an answer. And Brenda, if you also, Melissa.
So I think what your question is related to is a scoring criteria, which is part of that really important nuts and bolts piece of putting together an RFP. That RFP has to specify how proposals will be scored. So at the next PAC meeting, which is scheduled for December 15th, that's where, should the framework be adopted, that's where those conversations will start, and we can, continue those discussions about the nuts and bolts, including scoring criteria and how to, ensure that the selected proposals meet the objectives that we've discussed here. I don't know if Brenda wants to add anything.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, and I think we ultimately need to elevate it to this. And I'll just remind everybody, there was a part 2 to our strategic plan, which again was never implemented, to create a more robust data system to be able to evaluate grants, and I think there's still that opportunity, but I know there's going to be this pressure. Everybody's going to say we're delaying putting out the money by trying to make our process better, but I can't help but do that. Maybe part of the answer to Commissioner Robinson is that, maybe we're granting money in the first year, but I would like to see enough money put aside during the first year to be able to address both the criteria for decision-making and, separate from that, money available to pursue larger financial strategies that could create a larger amount of money.
Thank you, Commissioner Carnevale. Any other comments? I'm going to ask the chair has arrived, Chair Alvarez has arrived, so she can bring your chair that was with you over here, or and we have room. All right, very good, very good. So, without delaying this any further, we have a motion that's being presented on the screen. I won't take the time to read the motion. There are no additional comments. If someone would like to move to adopt the motion, and then we have a second. Okay, thank you, Roz. And a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We have a
Sandra?
first and a second for the motion that's on the screen. All commissioners on camera, please turn your camera on and unmute yourselves. I will need to see your face when you make a vote. So please, Cody, you can take the slide off because I want to see folks, and unmute your lines so that I can, see that you are voting. Commissioner Bear.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Noting absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Aye. Commissioner Callan. Noting absent. Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Abstain.
Abstain?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Contreras. Noting absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Aye. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Noting absent. Commissioner Designee Polmano. Aye. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Noting absent. Commissioner Sy, noting absent. Commissioner Wilkes, noting absence. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, members of the public. This has been a great conversation and a robust discussion. Thank you, Committee Chair Margaret Weiss, and thank you, Commissioner Carnevale. I really appreciate your comments very, very much. It's been very helpful, and I look forward to the innovative ideas that we will have coming forward to the Commission in the future. And staff, Melissa, thank you for your presentation and your heartfelt comments at the end. We are going to use a little bit of an executive summary format in our next series of presentations. I believe we are moving to agenda item 11. Help me make sure that's correct, team. Okay. And at any point, if the chair, Alvarez, wants to re-engage in taking on the chair, let me know. We're happy here too, but we're happy to see you, Chair. Okay, we're now moving to the portion of the Legislative and External Affairs Committee. The LEX Committee met on September 18th and discussed the Transition Age Youth Advocacy Contract Request for proposal outline, as well as additional items such as the 2026 legislation that the full commission will hear about, and the full commission will hear about future meetings. As a reminder, the commission has recently affirmed its commitment to including the Client, Family, and Community Inclusion, Lived Experience, and Diversity Advisory Committee in providing feedback on our grant-making processes. Given that the CFC meeting was fully dedicated to the Innovative Partnership Fund, which is operating on a compressed timeline, there wasn't capacity to add this item to the agenda. However, the CFC will be engaged in shaping future advocacy grants. It's also important to note that this grant was informed by, as you've heard, extensive community engagement efforts, including outreach to diverse stakeholders. With that, she's all ready. We'll hear from Ryan. Assistant Deputy Director of Legislative and External Affairs. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. You're going to get the Cliffs Notes version today, but if you feel like you're missing out on the entire Ryan presentation, I would refer you to the last Lex Committee. That presentation is recorded and then also posted on our website. Very similar to here. So staff's been working on a transition age youth advocacy proposal for our next contract to work with transition age youth. We did extensive community engagement prior to this, which included a lot of commissioners. We had Commissioner Callan, Commissioner Thomas Beckett, and Commissioner Wilkes all participate with us, and we appreciate them for their work. The advocacy goals you can find in your packet. That's something we talked about in a previous commission meeting where we developed these goals for overarching across our advocacy contracts. And then the history of TAKE is also in the packet if you want to go ahead and take a look at that. I do think it's important to highlight some of the feedback we got from TAE when developing this proposal. And so I don't want to skip over this slide, but what we heard from TAE during our listening sessions at Sacramento City College and then in person on our statewide listening session were some of these comments. But what we heard from them is that they realize that they're the most happiest when they don't have a dead end, right? They feel like they have options in life, but a lot of them don't even realize what those options are. They don't understand that they have a choice to live in a way differently from the way that they're living. We heard a lot of a need for connection, a need to feel welcome, safe spaces, using funding to serve people, provide connection to services. And talking about the part of advocacy that's building community and not just making policy. That was a huge theme that we heard throughout our engagement with this population. And then they talked about a lack of systems knowledge being weaponized against them and not having credit for having experiences and how do they get over that. And then finally, something that was so important was that they knew that when they advocate for others, it helps with their own life improvement. And I think that's something that we really need to take to heart here, right? Is we can show people that there's a better way by showing them how to help other people. And we feel more valued and when people feel prioritized. And that's something that we do in therapy practice as well. So I just want to make sure that we highlight, they took the time to give us that information. I think we need to really listen to them. So this is just part of the themes that we heard throughout community engagement. They asked to build resiliency. They talked about skill building and they talked about peer connection. They also talked about the at-risk TAE, which we discussed priority populations in that conversation, talking about safety nets, connection through partners, and also relevant resources. So what we came up with is kind of a pretty exciting outline for advocacy, and it's a lot different than what we've been doing here in our previous advocacy contracts. So what we're going to ask folks to tell us about in an RFA is a development of a TAE-led, TAE-created leadership training for TAE. We're going to ask them to have 3 cohorts with working towards a final project in the advocacy realm. So the cohort is going to build their skills, teach them leadership skills, connect them to service pathways, and also connect them to career pathways, and show them that they can continue advocating post-cohort. But at the end of the cohort, they're going to identify a project and work to that and present that to a policy or decision maker. We're asking that the recruitment efforts focus on promoting presentation or participation to the populations we wouldn't typically see in this type of leadership cohort. So a lot of times when we're engaging in this type of advocacy work, we get a lot of students that are like future psychiatrists, right? Future therapists. And we really want to connect those kids with kids that we wouldn't normally get in those situations and kids from priority populations or marginalized and vulnerable communities. For the first time, we're including some data collection and evaluation in the RFP requirements. So we're going to ask them to evaluate organization capacity, execution of the cohort and the training, participation, growth, engagement, training and curriculum, skill building, systems exposure, community connection, and influence. We're going to give them a 6 months planning phase up front, and then 3 cohorts, and then an evaluation period at the end. Again, TAE-led and TAE-developed. And we are also going to ask them for a cultural responsiveness report at the end so that TAE can tell the world how to interact with TAE and present what they have to offer and include resources statewide. When we presented this concept in the LEX committee meeting, we got some really important feedback from the commissioners there. So I just wanted to say that Commissioners Bontrager and Fairweather asked us in the eval to really focus on that peer connection and to ask them if they felt different after going through the cohort, if they felt more connected to TAE that they wouldn't normally feel connected to, right? Commissioner Mitchell asked us to compile a list of resources. We've made that a requirement now. We're going to have them publish a list of statewide programs and services for TAE, right? And then Commissioner Callan also asked for resource connection. It's now a part of the RFP. And Commissioner Larson kindly offered that we add to our career connections SUD counselor. So we've added that in there along with peer specialist, wellness coach, community health worker pathways. So we've included the pathway to the certified SUD counselor. We've been talking about the priority populations, and so I'm not going to read them out for you again. They're in the packet. But one thing that we're really excited about in this outline is 2 things, really. We constantly hear from TAE that they're not compensated for their time on working on these types of things. And so we're building into the outline a percentage of the contract that should be used for recruitment and retention, right? And so those would more commonly be known as like a stipend for their work, right? And that will also help them to stay engaged. The second set of funding that we're providing them with is equity access funds. And we're asking them to reserve 10% of the total contract to be allotted to provide supports to participants to ensure that they can participate. And this directly correlates to those priority populations, right? So the kids that don't have laptops and can't log on to class, we're going to get them a laptop, right? The kids that don't have nice clothing to wear to present their final report to a decision maker, we're going to allow them to buy them clothing, provide food, provide transportation. We do outline a process for approval, and we're going to collect receipts and document all the money that's spent in that way. But we're really proud of that concept and that part of this contract because we really think it's going to level the playing field and bring a population to the work that we haven't necessarily been able to previously. That's it. So before we go to the motion, I'd love to hear any comments, questions. Kudos for the team.
Commissioners, are there any comments?
I just want to say that I'm over here trying not to cry because I'm a part of this community. So I'm hearing you, I'm reading what it says, and I'm just like, man, I feel alone. But there's a lot of other people who feel alone as well. And that's where our empowerment starts to kick in, where we're like, hey, you're struggling, I'm struggling too. How can we not struggle together? Let's go over here and we'll do this, we'll do that. You're like, I'm sorry. There's always one person in the world, there's going to be somebody who says good morning to you, and that's going to be enough for your day. Absolutely. The fact that someone made you smile today is what's important.
Right.
And I think that there's, I was a child at one point in time, and I got older and older, and it came a point where it's like, I'm old enough to take charge of my life and change the world. And there's a lot of other people out there who have the same mentality. They just can't do it yet. There's no one telling them that they can do it either. So I think when they're talking about systems as well, we should be looking at public information or public education campaigns, because a lot of people are not educated on resources. They have no knowledge of it. No one's ever told them anything about it. A lot of stuff is, culturally not appropriate for some people as well. And when you're TAE and you're culturally inappropriate and you get kicked out for having issues, that it's more than hurts, and there's no community for you to go to. So I really think that like it's just hitting home for me. It's hitting that confidence that I know everybody has, but no one's telling them that they can do it. And I think investing in it is extremely important, because once you feel that community connection, we've been talking about community like this whole time, for someone who has no one but says nothing has a community. Like, I'm looking at all of you right now, like, I have a community. Like, I know I'm 25, but like, I know each and every one of these people, if I ask for support, they are there. And I know that, but I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't put myself in a position. So I've also seen situations, we were talking about clothing. I went to a clothing closet because I wasn't able to get any professional clothing, but I had an interview I wanted to go to. I had a business fraternity I wanted to go to, but I didn't have clothes to walk in there and look like I was a business professional. So there are so many resources out there, and the fact that there's funding to do so for 3 years, that is so important. Imagine what you can do in 3 years. You're 16 to 25. A 16-year-old will be 19 by then. And they're going to be like, wow, I'm out of high school. I have the ability to go do something with my life. I know I'm 25. 3 years from now, I'll be 28. So I know, right? I have a dog, okay? I got myself a little baby. He's 6 years old. He's a husky. But I'll be at a point where all of these resources that I would have had puts me exactly where I am. It gives me that confidence to empower others, to empower myself every single day. And I think that having funding going towards it it's impressive. I mean, we talk about immigrants and refugees as well. I mean, they need the exact same services as anybody else here, right? Sometimes they need clothing. Sometimes they need friends. Sometimes they don't have a teacher they can talk to, but there's advocacy events that go on. And you go to them. And when you go to them, you meet people. And you're saying, hey, maybe we can go get lunch or something. Like, there's just one thing that someone can say in your day, and it changes it. So I really think that every youth, age 16 and 25, because we're talking about Tay, but K through 12, my friend, K through 25, we need that intervention. Like, we need that help. And to be honest, when we start with early intervention, I feel like it saves money for prevention, because you're stopping the trend before it starts to happen. And that's what's important, to look at that, to say you have these services, you see what it takes to get to where you want to go, run with it, keep going, fight for your dreams. Like, you have that support, it's there. So I just want to say thank you for presenting that. I'm old, but still a Tay. Oh, but I would love to continue having these services past 25.
Right.
But I really do need it to be there for 16 to 25. All races, everything. Just put everybody out there, get what you need from the state. Just get everything, honestly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if we're gonna offer this stuff, and it's for a good thing, for people who are gonna actually start having children, for us to say like, oh, I'm a child. Guess what? Your kid's gonna get older. Are you gonna take care of them and like invest in their mental health when they're young, their professions when they're young? Your kid wants to be an astronaut, take them to, what's it called? In San Francisco, the Exploratorium. Like, invest in what you feel like your kid is interested in. By the time they hit 16 and 25, they've already been empowered by their parents, their aunts, their cousins, just people in their life where they feel confident enough to step out there. So I've done a lot of talking. I'm sorry, but I'm passionate. I'm passionate about it, man.
I appreciate it. I do want to add, because I left it out in my rushing through my presentation, we are going to connect them to educational resources as well. We've written it in there that we're going to teach them about the Promise Grant. A lot of kids don't know they can get a free AA degree in California. So
okay, yeah. Valid.
So we, Chair,
It's a very tough act to follow, Commissioner Cross, but thanks, Ryan, for the presentation. I did have a curiosity, and you have likely thought about this, but I think it's important to put on the record. A lot of what you're talking about in creating these career pathways, there is millions of dollars in investment through the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, particularly around wellness coaches and peers and community health workers. Can you talk a little bit about the opportunity for the Commission to work closely with HCI and leveraging this to support those pipelines with the resources we've already identified?
Absolutely. We are going to ask our contractor, and in our research, I should say, we've reached out to all of those folks, and we've done an analysis on how likely it is actually for folks in this age group to qualify for those things, because we didn't want to require them to connect them to a pathway. For example, like we'd love to connect them to like a psychiatrist pathway, right? But we know that at 18 to 25, that's not a likely reality. We can inform them of that and kind of get them set on their way. But the ones that were through HCI or the peer certification, the wellness coach and all of that, they are attainable for folks within this age group. And so we have talked to all of those agencies, and we've talked to some community-based organizations that also offer some assistance in getting those certifications. And we're going to require that our grantee work with those folks to coordinate those efforts and include those in their resource document and their final report.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments in room or online? Oh,
I just wanted to say kudos to you and your team. Good job.
I know,
thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wait, can I say one thing?
I really just want to uplift your work, Ryan, specifically. You are just a light to work with, and as a clinician, as an administrator, I just need to put it on the record so people know how great you are as well, and I just put my hand in cake. But you are amazing. Thank you for your work.
Okay, let's move to public comment. Mariani, in the room.
We don't have any public comment in the room. We do. Sorry, we do have one. It is for Divya in the room.
Good afternoon. My name is Divya Shiv from the California Alliance. Thank you once again for the opportunity to comment. We just want to thank the Commission for your work in supporting transition-aged youth through this grant. The California Alliance works closely with the Youth Advisory Board under our Catalyst team, which is our TA and training arm, to help influence our policy priorities. Last year, the California Alliance participated at Cayenne's TAY at the Capitol Day, and it really appreciated the ability to advance TAY advocacy goals through this grant with leadership from MHA's Cayenne's program. We look forward to collaborating with the Commission and Cayenne through our Youth Advisory Board, which is made up of a diverse group of young leaders with lived experience who seek to drive change through advocacy and policy work. And we also just really appreciate the importance that the Commission has placed on peer connections within this grant. The California Alliance is co-sponsoring a bill with the Children's Partnership to ensure that current and former foster youth can become peers at community care facilities by streamlining the background check exemption process for those with a criminal record. We welcome support from the Commission and our partners once the bill is introduced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment from online is from Laurel.
Hello again. I'm still Laurel Ben Hamida from Mass SSF in Remco. Thank you for the presentation. I have to apologize. My bandwidth needed a few minutes to recover from the previous discussion. Did you include the urgency of including young people who are not college bound, at least at the time that this organization might reach out to them, who might want to be tradesmen, who might not want to go to college. I feel that that has been ignored in the past. We had a long time to just get the get non-college students included in previous policy matter. So if you mentioned it, I apologize, but I'd like to know. I do know that we had a good group from Mass SSF, two of whom that I'm still in contact with. And it was a great project. It was good for them, and they're going on to do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. I just want to maybe make a clarification. The connection to the pathway would be an option for folks. It's not necessary for participation in the group. Those are exactly the kind of kids we want to talk to, right? We want to mix everybody together and get everybody's feedback, but we will prioritize all transition age youth, regardless of their desire to go to college or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our last public comment.
If we could put the motion back up on the screen, please. All right. Do you have a commissioner who would like to move this? Thank you. Thank you. Sandra, we have a motion.
We have a motion, a first and a second. All commissioners on serving virtually, please turn your camera on and unmute yourselves for the vote. Commissioner Baer. Noting absent. Commissioner Burnick. Noting absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan. Noting absent. Commissioner Carnevale.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Contreras. Noting absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Noting absence. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Noting absent. Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Approved. Okay. Approved. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Noting absent. Commissioner Sy. Noting absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Noting absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much, Ryan. We are now going to make a slight adjustment in because we need to make sure we have quorum when we get to this item. We are going to, commissioners, go to, and members of the public and staff, agenda item 16. We're going to go to agenda item 16. And we just lost 2 commissioners in the room. You got to move fast, huh? Yeah. We'll get them back here. Agenda item 16. And we'll need to get them back here in a moment. Okay, thank you. I'll let them know that we need to come. We don't want to lose anybody. Just hang on. Agenda item 16.
Oh, okay. Mackenzie left. She's gone.
We've got 2 more quorum things, but we're prioritizing the quorum things right now. So elections.
And for members of the public, we have a little sidebar going that we're pausing until we get quorum back in the room. Okay, we're going to pause until we get quorum back in the room.
And we're moving into the next item, which will be the chair and vice chair elections that have to happen during this calendar year. So that's why we're moving the agenda around.
So which?
Well, okay, folks, getting back here, we're going to start the presentation. I think we think Commissioner Fairweather is in the restroom, but we'll be coming back. Calling people out, I'm sorry.
Let's see this way.
So let's get started on this agenda item.
Yes.
And hopefully she'll return soon.
Okay, Sandra, to you.
All right, folks. This is an annual thing. On an annual basis, the commission elects a chair and vice chair, and those offices take effect on January 1st of the following year. There's no term limits or restrictions. The chair and vice chair elected here today will start their term on January 1st, 2026. Can you move to the next slide? Yes. We are now in that step of the process. The way this will work, we will open the floor for nominations. First, for the chair, we will handle each position separately. First, open for nominations for the chair and give each nominee an opportunity to speak. We will hear comments from the public. Then we will entertain nominations for the vice chair and also hear comments from the public. So now we'll go into this and we'll go straight for the chair, and there will be two motions, one for chair and one for the vice chair. Are there any nominations for chair of the Behavioral Health Oversight and Accountability Commission?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Roulette as the chair.
Great,
I would
thank you.
second that.
And any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations? Okay, Commissioner Roulette, do you have any comments?
I will make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm being entertained by Rochelle to my left, and so that's why I'm smiling. But let me just again pause and gather my thoughts and say I'm deeply honored by the nomination to serve as chair of the Behavioral Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. Serving with Chair Alvarez as her vice chair has been amazing. She is a super genius. Chair Alvarez, I want to give you a round of applause. I think the implementation of Prop 1 was strategically handled by you, Chair, and it's crucial that you stay involved. You need to know that I'll continue to lean on your wisdom, your intellect, and your prudent judgment as we move forward. This is an opportunity in California for a behavioral health system to be recreated in ways that, as all of us envision, is transformative and is impactful in the lives of so many people that we're privileged to serve in the state of California. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Governor Newsom, who appointed me to the commission. He appointed me with the understanding that I would be with some of the most talented, innovative, and quite articulate people in the state of California. Commissioners, thank you for your service, thank you for your commitment, and thank you for always being here so we can have quorum. I look forward, going forward to having robust discussions with the understanding that our commitment to our nation state of California is one that we indeed love and are delighted to be a part of. I would be remiss without acknowledging my late wife, Yvette, who always said to me, Al Roulette, it is better to be kind than to be right. Her kindness has directed my life in many ways, and I look forward to representing you in a way that's kind, informative, and transformative. My journey in life has always been shaped by my faith. My experience with Christ Jesus, with God, has provided me with fundamental understanding that treat people with respect, regard them from a position of strengths, and always affirm the uniqueness of every person brings to every conversation. I also carry the stories of my late son, Kirkland, who died because of substance abuse, and my brother, a PhD, who died, who struggled with substance abuse. I thought I could get through that without cracking my voice. But they're up there in heaven looking down and saying, go Al and go Cowboys. So I note all of you, family members, Melissa, your words were so heartfelt when you express what your family went through. For I too indeed understand the struggle that we all engage in when we are trying to help family members who are experiencing behavioral health challenges and problems. To my fellow commissioners, I want to express my profound appreciation to the staff of this commission. You all are pretty talented people. I continue to regard Brenda, the team, the directors, all the staff, and I'll share one anecdote. Amariani, with tolerating my last-minute phone calls, asking for a parking place, and then always saying, Commissioner Roulette, whatever you need, we'll get it done for you. You are tremendous, and I want to pause and applaud you as well. To the people on the staff who aren't seen in this room, Amy and all the team, thank you very much. You are, again, the visible, although not present, individuals that make this commission what it is today. Lastly, to the community and the great nation state of California, with great humility and gratitude, I accept the nomination to be chair of this commission. I will show up, I will be on time, and I will work every single day with all of you. Thank you very much.
Made me cry. Okay, so now I have a motion to move the nomination and for the commission to elect Al Roulette for the office of chair for calendar year 2026. Do I have a motion? Thank you. So I have Commissioner Pomano and Bunch. Thank you so much. Again, folks online, turn your camera on, unmute yourselves, and we'll start the vote. Commissioner Baer.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick.
Yes.
Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan. Absent. Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Contreras. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Marking absent. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Yay. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Marking absent. Commissioner Sy. Marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Marking absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
I humbly.
Chair Alvarez.
Absolutely aye.
Motion passes unanimously with members present. All right, folks, now we're moving on to the vice chair, same process. Are there any nominations for the vice chair of the Behavioral Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission for the year 2026?
I will nominate Rochelle Chambers to be the vice chair of the commission.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Hearing none. Commissioner Chambers, do you have any comments to provide?
I don't know how I can go after that sermon, and I just want to go praise God and walk out here and say our great state of California and hug everyone that won't think I'm insane. But I just want to say, first, giving honor to the Most High. I'm so grateful. This commission has enabled me to find greater purpose as a woman, as a Black woman, as someone with a disability, as someone that has been psychiatrically hospitalized, who has multiple degrees that meant nothing when you were sick in the hospital and when your sister is dead. I am also thankful to Gavin Newsom for appointing me in this position. I've been able to advocate for people that will never know me. I get to share this story. I get to go in the Senate. PBS asked me about my Senate testimony the other day, and it was only by this platform that I was able to go up there and advocate for women and children and families that will never know me. And if I didn't do anything else on this earth, I think that would be a job well done to have served. So I promise to be on time, because I'm late. That is like one of my biggest, it is on record.
On the record.
That's right. No, and I also promise not to joke so much, but I like to joke. But I do. And I promise to continue to be the biggest geek in like behavioral health policy and systems change. I also commit to respecting everyone with dignity and treating people with respect and listening first and foremost to the community, and then being unapologetic to tell the truth. And that's what you're going to get from me on record. You won't get me being disrespectful. You won't get me being irate mostly. But you will get me to tell the truth. And you should know that Californians, peers and consumers do trust me. Directors do, people trust me. They know that I'll be able to come here and share their story with dignity, with force, with passion. And I think that that's my commitment, to tell the truth. And please hold me accountable. Hold my organization accountable. Thank you.
Great, folks. So we have a motion to move, to nominate, and for the commission to elect Commissioner Rochelle Chambers for the office of Vice Chair for calendar year 2026. Do we have a motion? Aye. So we have a motion by Commissioner Cross and a second by Commissioner Bunch. All right, same drill, folks online. Please unmute yourself and make sure your camera's on. Start the vote. Commissioner Baer.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan. Voting absent. Commissioner Carnevale.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers.
Yes.
Commissioner Contreras. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Marking absent. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Marking absent. Commissioner Sy. Marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Marking absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez. Absolutely aye. Anonymous, unanimous for those all present. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, commissioners. And again, on behalf of Rochelle and I, thank you very much. We will hold on to that commitment to be here and on time. All right. So commissioners and members of the public, we will be omitting agenda item 15 from today's agenda. So we will not be discussing agenda item 15. We want to make sure that we maintain quorum. Agenda item 12, we want to move to. Okay. Oh,
I was wondering about that.
Very good question. Oh my gosh. We have to go back, I apologize, to listen to public comment for both votes. So for the public comment for the chair's vote, and then a separate public comment for the vice chair's vote. And I sincerely apologize for that. I don't know how I skipped it in my script.
thank you for catching that.
Too much emotion.
We do have one comment from Carly. Your line is open.
Hi, Carly Stelzer with CBHA. I'll be really quick. Just want to share our complete support for the nominations of Chair Al Rolette and Vice Chair Rachel Chambers, two incredible leaders who are always rooted in service and care. We're so proud of them and know that they'll continue to serve as an inspiration to all in these new roles. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Carly.
Any other public comments? Either in the room or online? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, we can move forward.
Okay, we'll go back to agenda item 12. The Budget Fiscal Advisory Committee section. The BAF committee also met in September on the 18th and discussed the next two items. We will hear the expenditure authorization for the Crusade contract and the contract process for contracts. We will begin with reviewing and considering the approval of up to $150,000 for a 3-year contract with Crusade for website maintenance and hosting. I'd like to remind everyone that although this is within the executive director's purview, ministerial, our rules of procedure state that any contract over $100,000 requires commission approval. We will hear now from Lauren Quintero, Acting Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Performance Management.
Thank you. So I'm presenting the item that was previously reviewed and recommended for approval by the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee at its September 18th, 2025 meeting. We are requesting that the full commission approve a 3-year contract with Crusade for up to $150,000 for website maintenance and hosting. The Commission's current contract with Crusade for website maintenance and hosting is set to expire December 30th, 2025. In anticipation of that, we're proposing a new 3-year contract for up to $150,000. Staff conducted a targeted vendor search using the Department of General Services vendor list. We focused specifically on small business and disabled veteran business enterprises with experience in web development. In total, 12 contractors were invited to submit bids, and those bids were reviewed by staff from both communications and IT. In terms of the selection process, the vendors who responded were generally similar in qualifications, but their proposed costs varied significantly. And by significantly, I mean like per month, $30,000 or $60,000 more than what we went with. After careful review, Crusade, who is also our incumbent contractor, submitted the most fiscally responsible bid. They are a certified small micro business, and their past performance has been consistent and reliable. If any funds go unused during the contract term, they will revert at the end of the agreement. During the BFA meeting, commissioners asked about historical costs for these services. Those have ranged from $50,000 to $100,000 per year, depending on the scope of work in a given year. So with that said, the $150,000 for 3 years is reasonable. We want to clarify also that this was not a formal RFP, but it was a competitive process conducted within a targeted group of qualified vendors, and it did follow state procurement guidelines. So today we are asking you as the full commission to accept the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee's recommendation to approve this contract and to formally vote on the motion that will be shown on the screen at some point in time. Oh, and there's the motion that the commission approve a 3-year contract with Crusade for up to $150,000 for website maintenance and hosting. So with all that said, any questions from commissioners?
Any questions?
Stunned into silence. That's good.
I just think that seems like a really reasonable price.
It was a
I'm
lot.
I was like looking at the numbers.
Yeah. We get a lot, and it even has some extra money built in for new stuff we'll be posting, like the community engagement toolkit. So, yeah, the price was right. They are a micro business, so we were pleased with it.
Seeing no other comments from the room, Mariani, public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
All right. I think I am the chair of the fiscal committee, and so I'm going to move this item. All right.
We have a first and a second for the motion that the commission approve a 3-year contract with Crusade for up to $150,000 for website maintenance and hosting. You know the drill, people online. Please unmute your lines and have your camera on. We're ready to go. Commissioner Baer.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. She's in the bathroom. Okay. Commissioner Bunch.
Are you voting?
Thank you. Commissioner Callan. Marking absent. Commissioner Carnevale.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers.
Yes.
Commissioner Contreras. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Marking absent. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett, marking absent. Commissioner Sy, marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes, marking absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And I for Robinson, too. I don't think you called me.
I did catch you.
Did you vote?
Okay, hang on.
Roll the tape.
Commissioner Robinson, aye.
Okay, now we will transition to agenda item 13. Okay. I'm going to move right into invite our Executive Director, Brenda Grealish, to lead this item. Yeah, very quickly.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm here this is Brenda Grealish, Executive Director for the Commission, to talk about the consent process for our commission contracts. Essentially, the team, we've all developed a consent process for the Commission for certain items to go into a consent calendar. I'll provide you a little bit of a background of our Welfare and Institutions Code and the rules of procedure that we have that support this action, as well as our current consent process and the newly developed process. So in terms of the Welfare and Institutions Code 5845E, this section outlines the authority of the Executive Director. It states that the Commission may delegate to the Executive Director any power, duty, purpose, function, or jurisdiction that the Commission may lawfully delegate, including the authority to enter into and sign contracts on behalf of the Commission. And this is essentially the foundation of the contracts authority that we're discussing today. For rules of the procedure, they were most recently updated in January of this year, and those are rules of procedure built on that delegated authority. Section 2.4 in particular outlines the Executive Director's contract authority. Specifically, it allows the executive director to enter into contracts on the commission's behalf in the amount of $100,000 or less, and to enter into interagency agreements in the amount of $200,000 or less. And you can find these rules of procedure on our website. The rules of procedure also define how our consent agenda works. So the way it functions is that non-controversial or routine items may be placed on the consent calendar, and that all items on the consent calendar are voted on as one single unit, not individually. Any commissioner may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar, and that request does not require a vote. If an item's removed, it can be discussed at the same meeting or be agendized at a future meeting, depending on what the commission decides. And finally, there's no discussion or presentation for items that remain on the consent calendar. In terms of briefing materials for each item on the agenda, including those on the consent calendar, our team will prepare briefing materials in advance of the meeting. These materials are going to include a detailed description of the proposed course of action, background information, what the fiscal impact, the fiscal impact analysis will be, the pros and cons of taking the proposed action, and any similar information for any alternative actions. Now, clarifying that the contracts approved under the executive director's authority, meaning those under $100,000 or $200,000, $100,000 or $200,000 for interagency agreements, are not eligible for the consent agenda. However, in the interest of transparency, we will continue to provide a report of all contracts approved by the executive director on the announcements component of our agendas for our commission meetings. So now that we've covered the background, let's talk about the new process that we're proposing. The objective that we're looking to do is establish clear criteria and procedures for placing contracts on the full commission's consent agenda, but only when those contracts have already been reviewed and recommended by 2 advisory committees. So it would be either the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee and either the Legislative and External Affairs Advisory Committee or the Program Advisory Committee. So this process is grounded in our rules of procedure and the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. So to be eligible for the consent agenda under this process, a contract must meet criteria under the following 4 areas. There's committee review requirements, committee recommendation consistency, there's going to be substantive requirements and procedural requirements, and I'll go through each one of those. In terms of the review requirements, the contract must have been formally presented to and substantially reviewed by the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee. As I just mentioned, it must also have been reviewed by either the Legislative and External Affairs Advisory Committee or the Program Advisory Committee. Both committees must have voted to recommend the contract for commission approval. If it does not get recommended, it will not be put on consent and will instead be an agenda item. And those reviews must have occurred at properly noticed public meetings with an opportunity for public comment. So again, just to clarify, the contract doesn't need to be reviewed by all 3 committee meetings. It's just definitely always the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee, and then either Lex or PAC. In terms of committee recommendation consistency, in order to meet this standard, there must be no material modifications to the contract terms. There must be no significant concerns or reservations from the committee members that remain unresolved. Recommendations from the committee and the staff must be consistent, and any committee requested modifications must be incorporated into the final contract. Substantively, the contract must meet the following criteria. The funding must be confirmed by the BFA, the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee, to have the funding. The scope of and objectives must align with the Commission's priorities. That's essentially what PAC and again, no material changes sent to committee reviews. Procedurally, the contract must comply with all applicable state procurement requirements, be approved as to form by legal counsel, and have no unresolved legal, ethical, or conflict of interest issues. Some contracts will be excluded from the consent agenda, including those with unresolved material modifications, with non-unanimous committee votes, unless dissent was procedural, that have generated public controversy, that involve new or experimental programs, that set new spending precedents, that are multi-party or involve litigation, or where material information has changed since the committee last reviewed it. In terms of committee coordination requirements, staff are going to coordinate with the advisory committees to schedule reviews in a logical sequence based on the contract timeline and committee meeting schedules. The committee reviewing the second, I guess it's the second committee reviewing, will be provided with the recommendations from the first committee, so that we're networking that information or carrying that information over. And we'll ensure consistency in the information presented to all committees. So each committee review is going to include a comprehensive staff presentation covering the contract scope, terms, fiscal impact, and policy implications, a written staff report with committee-specific analyses, an opportunity for public comment in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, and a formal committee action with a recorded vote and recommendation. If a contract doesn't meet the eligibility for criteria for the consent agenda, it'll be agendized for full commission discussion. In those cases, the staff will document and share any dissenting committee views, any unresolved concerns, and any public opposition that may have emerged since the committee reviewed it. This ensures that full commission has all the relevant context when considering the item. In terms of staff procedures, our staff will perform an eligibility determination before recommending a contract for a consent agenda. So we will verify compliance with all eligibility criteria, and we will document the date and outcomes of the committee reviews, the consistency of the committee recommendations, the resolution of any concerns or requested modifications, and confirmation that no material changes have occurred since those reviews. For each consent agenda contract, we will also provide an executive summary noting the committee recommendations and the vote tallies, and confirmation that all committee requested modifications have been incorporated. In terms of the consent agenda presentation, so once the contract's completed this process and it's placed on the commission's consent agenda, during that consent agenda presentation, the contract will be clearly identified as having received committee recommendations. The chair will summarize the committee review process and outcomes, and any commissioner may request removal of the item for individual consideration, which is consistent with our bylaws. In terms of commissioner removal rights, like I just said, commissioners may request the removal of any item from the consent agenda for any reason, including the desire for further deliberation, regardless of the committee recommendations. And again, those removed items will be scheduled for individual consideration either at that same meeting, if there's time permitting, or at a next regularly scheduled meeting. And just as a reminder, removal requests do not require justification and will be honored without discussion. In terms of public participation, it's obviously key part of this process. Members of the public will have the opportunity to provide input during the committee review process, which will be built into the structure of our built into the structure of our advisory committees. And during the commission meeting, public comment on consent agenda items will be taken in accordance with Bagley-Keene requirements. And staff will note that these agenda items have already received public input during committee reviews and will note any public concerns. Can't really see it super well, but this is basically a flow chart that shows how the process will work start to finish. So you can see that it begins, begins with the contract, starts with the committee reviews, so those two decision points between the BFA and either the LEX or the PAC. And then if they recommend it, then both recommend it going forward. It's the purple there with the consent calendar. And if either of them say no, then it does not go into the consent calendar. So I think that pretty much is an overview of the proposed consent process. So the motion on the table is that the commission adopt the proposed procedure permitting contracts previously recommended for approval by the Budget, Fiscal, and Advisory Committee and the LEX, Legislative External Affairs Advisory Committee, or the Program Advisory Committee to be placed on the consent agenda for full commission meetings, so. And Lex or PAC, yes. Yep, to be on consent. Just BFA and then the other, yeah. That will not go on consent. It would have to be agendized. Yep, good question.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of like the quantity of contracts? Like this feels very management versus governance. So can you explain, like how many contracts are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a huge volume. I don't know. We've got our innovation part. Well, I guess the IPF, yeah, it'd have to be
Like, is it the standard contracts, like our advocacy partners, the ones that we know are already going through the process? It just feels.
It's not.
Yeah, oh.
So, and you're going to see this at the next BFA meeting. It's probably what's going to fall into this most is those operational ones, like security for the building, the one that we did today for Crusade, software. Those are the kind of ones where it's above the executive director's authority. We need them.
Those are exactly the ones that, I don't know, I'm speaking for myself. As a commissioner that I was approving a $150,000 website contract, felt like not the best use of our time. Not the best use.
Yeah, so we would take
what
it
is
to the
that
BFA,
line?
and then now it goes through those things. PAC or Lex, if it doesn't apply to them, they would just affirm that, okay? And then it's on the consent, so then we don't have to take up an agenda item having the full commission approve.
No,
Yeah.
I completely understand, and I actually really appreciate that you're leaning into the transparency, that we want to make sure the public knows we're being good stewards of public dollars. And at the same time, I don't want to lean in so far that we are taking on responsibilities that don't necessarily fall to us.
Yeah.
So I'm
don't think it's the
putting
mid-
that curiosity out there for us to consider.
Yeah.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, because I was having the same question, how often does the BFA meet?
Bi-monthly. They're meeting bi-monthly with the rest of the committees.
Who's on this?
So Commissioner Roulette, Commissioner Carnevale,
Who's on it?
Pomano. Pomano was asking all the questions at the last BFA on Crusade, so
We chose you, Ross. Yeah. Yes. Me,
Contreras.
I can't.
Wilkes, Commissioner Wilkes.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wilkes. Yeah.
And Gordon, Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, Dave Gordon, yes.
Yes.
And of course, Commissioner Carnevale.
Yes.
So maybe like what we did with the CFC, where it was like, let's try this out, right? You're trying something out. And then that way over the next, 6 months, you can assess, are we slowing you down? Is it not, is it procedurally causing roadblocks for progress? That might be something that we might want to read.
And we could definitely do, I think the goal is to try to get it off of full agendized items so that we're leveraging our committees and then just being able to take it from the committees straight to the commission without having to have a full commission discussion because it's already happened in the committees, so.
And just because we have the option to do it, like Brenda presented, when things are controversial, we won't even consider it for the consent agenda. It's really for stuff like Crusade. We want to have the discussion. We want the public to know that, yes, we did it competitive in such and such way, get all those comments, document it, but then not have to do
What
a
she
whole
just
nother
did.
discussion.
Basically
Yeah,
what-
what I did earlier
Just what Lauren just did, we wouldn't do that. We would just put it on the consent.
with a write-up
With
of
the
what I
write-up.
said verbally.
Yeah. And in terms of volume, I think we'll see how it goes. And I love what you just said, Myra, in terms of like, let's try it out. Let's see what's going on. And then we can just refine or adjust if it's not working for us and we could try something else. So
Another question?
Just briefly, how do you define controversial?
if there's any opposition to, yeah.
And it may be that there's something we don't think is controversial, and then based on public comment at the BFA or at the other one, it'll be apparent if it's controversial, and immediately we'll be like, oh, it's going to the full commission.
And again, I assure commissioners that Commissioner Palmano and Commissioner Carnevale at our last BFA meeting, there was robust discussion about this and this process, and we came to this conclusion and sharing and having this come to the full commission after that very robust, thorough conversation and discussion. Commissioner Palmalo, do you want to say anything else about that?
I think that we adopted this process for the sake of transparency. We heard a lot of and I just started here February 2025 when the speaker had appointed me, but I think we heard what the stakeholders have said and the members of the public, and respecting that desire, and of course making sure that there is a level of accountability. This is the process that we adopted. We adopted this consent process so that we will have that robust discussion in the Budget and Fiscal Committee. And when I say robust, it's very robust, we promise. And then we bring that to our full commission meeting so that we make that decision together, but in a faster way. So that really was the gist of this, the discussions, and appreciated, of course, all the work. And it is a lot of work, but I think we made that commitment as appointees of the board, so.
And at the same time, if Commissioner Carnevale, if you have any other comments also, affirming what the chair said about management and management input, and really wanting to make sure that it not create barriers or slow down the process of management doing the job that the leadership and management of the commission needs to do. Commissioner Carnevale, yeah, okay?
I think you just said it. That's good.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioners online, any comments? I think we need public comment for this item.
We do not.
Okay. All right, we need a motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. That's amazing.
Who seconded? Who seconded it?
Rob.
Who? Did Mara? Okay.
Mara.
We have a motion and a second. Can you put the motion on the thing for the commission to adopt the proposed procedure permitting contracts previously recommended for approval by the BFA committee and the LEX advisory committee, or the PAC, to be placed on the consent agenda for the full commission meetings? Okay, you can take the motion off so I can have our online commissioners have their camera on and to be unmuted as we go to our last vote for the day. Commissioner Baer.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnick. Marked absent. Commissioner Bontragar.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan. Marked absent. Commissioner Carnevale. Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Contreras. Marked absent. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Marked absent. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marked absent. Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Aye. Okay. Commissioner Robinson. Aye. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Marked absent. Commissioner Sy. Marked absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Marked absent. Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. I believe this is the last item requiring a vote today, but we still have one item we are going to discuss, and that is agenda item 14. I'll ask the chair, Chair Alvarez. I know that you if you would like to facilitate this item, as I know that you have been instrumental in leading all of this, a diverse constituency, and I appreciate it very much. We've gotten lots of feedback regarding this item. I'll read and then I'll transition right to you. Because I know you weren't prepared for me to say that, but I'll read this for you. The agenda item 14 is the commission will hear an update on the inaugural Client, Family, Community, Inclusion, Lived Experience, Diversity, and Advisory Committee. That's Diversity Advisory Committee, or CFC Committee. The meeting which occurred on September 25th, including discussion held and feedback on the Commission's Innovation Partnership Fund, I also know Commissioner Chambers will probably have some things to say about this meeting as well. Chair, or?
Actually, I will gladly turn it over to Commissioner Chambers as the chair of the committee, but I appreciate it. I do want to emphasize, the team at the commission, the staff has worked so hard to institute committees that are functional and that serve real purpose in moving this work along. And I recognize we've received a lot of public comment on the coming together of this committee, but I hope that with Commissioner Chambers' leadership, the commitment to meaningful input and a feedback loop is part of this process, and I just commend her for that commitment. And so I'll hand it over to her to talk about our updates.
I'll try to I have a long page, but I'll try to cut it down. I also want to just thank the public and for their patience and grace as we try to navigate this as well, and for folks still showing up. So really, I really respect y'all. So is it good evening or afternoon? Should I still keep talking? Okay, it was a privilege to speak with you all today. As the client and family, am I?
If just finish, that's.
Well, no, I mean, I'll just stop. It's fine.
If we're going to lose quorum, actually, I guess Bagley King requires us to stop. And so,
we can table this. Are we deliberating?
okay. No. So 2 minutes?
I'll be 30 seconds. During,
30 seconds.
During August commission.
Thanks.
Commissioner Tsai and Acting Director of the status of the commission's IPF work. The staff created a framework for the project based on themes, the full commission meeting, 3 listening sessions, committee meeting. This framework will be used for the RFP. During the presentation, we learned that our partners asked us for clarity on who the IPF is meant to serve and how the commission is defining innovations. There was an emphasis on data-driven approaches and evaluation. Following the presentation, community members and partners shared insights that stressed that inclusion of marginalized community voices as well as community-based organizations and community-defined evidence practice was a big priority. Public comments encouraged us to use subject matter experts in scoring the eligibility determinations, stressing the importance of sustainability options for existing programs and not just for new projects. The commission was urged to ensure that the scoring criteria takes effective community-based approaches, experience, and diverse expertise. At the end of the meeting, the CFC recommended the adoption of the framework. This is important. We did say that we wanted to additionally recommend, emphasize, and incentivize community-run organizations and community-based practices as an emphasis in our potentially higher scoring. That's it. Our next meeting is on December 17th, and I'll make sure we can not have to rush through this because I think this might be another issue with the public might be thinking like. So I wanted this in true transparency. I'm sorry, but we'll make sure that we can go faster.
And we can add this item again at our next
Yeah,
meeting.
I think we should because you've seen all the public I don't think anyone said so many things about this committee, and I feel like I don't want to lose the trust of the community, and it's already bad with all this stuff with going against DEI and just all this stuff. So I do want to just put it on public comment. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's it.
Can we just move it to January then?
Yes,
And
we can
to be
just move it to
clear,
January.
There have been multiple meetings where people had to leave and left here without a quorum and the meeting continued. So if this is something
Not
that's
under my
new,
watch, yeah. It's not new, it's that deliberations are not allowed. So I'll allow public comment to go after we lose quorum, but actual conversations are not allowed.
okay, well, my Uber's here and I haven't.
Okay.
We've officially lost quorum, but this item will be moved to the January agenda. Okay.
Oh, and the Mental Health Wellness Act, yeah.
The Mental Health Wellness Act discussion that was going to be removed from the agenda, item 15 will be moved to January as well. Okay, with that, we have lost quorum, so I will accept a motion to adjourn our, adjourn. We're adjourned. No motion. We're adjourned.